Wow, wow. Hey, family. How you guys doing? Thanks for tuning in. We got about 80 strong here or more, so we're gonna get started. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the positive comments uh, I received. From the last video I uploaded my Instagram. You know, thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me just go real quick. Yeah, what's up? Hold on. Yeah, what's up, family? We might not have music today because I gotta, stop sharing. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Gonna do a little reading today. Normally, never kind of really do it like this. I always, show you guys the book and what I'm reading, so you guys can read along. Today we're gonna be reading. This book is called The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin's Sunken Civilizations, and that's from Frank Joseph. Pretty interesting research here in history on this pyramid that nobody really knows about. They don't tell us. So, okay. So what's up? Hey, everybody in the chat. I'm just looking at who's in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. All the real ones out here. All the big bros and the little bros and all the primos and my cousins and family and distant cousins and just friends and all that, Thanks for tuning in. We took a L yesterday on the Instagram, but I ain't gonna let that affect me. And if I start one up again, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, maybe I'll just focus on TikTok right now since I got to start fresh, right? Who knows? Maybe it's all meant to be, right? So shout out to everybody that's tuned in from everywhere, so many different locations. 1 second, I got somebody. Right, thanks. So yeah, Pura Vida, that's where I'm, Pura Vida land. That's where I am, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. So I think we got a lot of good people here. Let me see. About 100 people. Good, good. Let's make sure everybody gets to listen along. And I hope you're patient today with me. We live. No fancy music or transitions. Shout out to 432 The Drop Radio. He's done this a couple times. Just read it. We're gonna read. Um, if you're for the hearing impaired, unfortunately, that's kind of why I do the read-alongs, guys. So people that can't really hear, they could just visually see and read along. But make sure to get the book. It's on Amazon. I got it, and it's nowhere to be found online. So if you want to read it, we're gonna go ahead and get into it. I'm gonna read from the back of the book real quick. All right. It says, "Discover the mystery beneath Rock Lake." The sunken tombs and temples of Rock Lake comprise North America's latest and possibly greatest archaeological mystery. Frank Joseph has done a marvelous job delving into the underwater mystery. His new book is a unique adventure. Scuba divers and armchair explorers alike will find enthralling and exciting. All right, that's David Childress, author of The Lost Cities and Civilizations of North and Central America. It says the 500th anniversary of America's discovery, which was actually its rediscovery. All right, this is the true old world. It was rediscovered. You can't discover a land where people already exist. And he wasn't discovering anything because he knew where he was going. Columbus met Indians in Ireland in 1470s. We've read that already. There's accounts of that. Welcome, welcome. Just tune us in. We're gonna get into this good book right here. Did you guys know there was a pyramid in Rock Lake? Why you think it's called Rock Lake? Huh? So they wanted to read this. Haven't even recorded it, scanned it or anything yet. I will be scanning it and sharing it probably on my Patreon page. So I got a lot of good books there from my patrons. They go out their way to support me. So, and I wouldn't be able to buy these kind of books. So I've been able to get a lot of good books recently, thanks to your support. Make sure everybody gets the information at least through video. We're going to be reading this again. Again, they're saying it wasn't a discovery; it was a rediscovery. Went into so the 500th anniversary is talking about went into high gear in 1992, right? It's too bad many of those who worn or waved Columbus banner had not read The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake. This book provides overwhelming evidence of a Bronze Age culture existing in this country over 1,000 years before Columbus discovered it. All right. He never discovered, he knew what he was doing. Many other researchers, such as Dr. Barry Fell, all right, Bronze Age America and America BC, we got that book too. Great book. We're gonna get more into talking about the inscriptions, all the petroglyphs and inscriptions they have found here of the old world, so-called old world. You know, this is the old world. That's why they're being found here. And you guys got to remember, a lot of these inscriptions are like an old style, an original, more older style than what they're finding in Europe. They even as they're telling you that, when they're finding these things, they're like, wow, this is like the archaic kind, So yeah, because this is, so when it comes to Ogum and all that being found here, we may be looking at it in reverse. It's just something to think about. Remember my Irie video, where well, not my Irie video, but we read the book. What is it? I think it was The Shadow of Atlantis, the book, and we were reading about how in Trinidad and Tobago there's an ancient legend that they were connected to a much bigger land that went all the way to Ireland. So when you see the whole thing about Pangea and the continent splitting, you kind of do see that. You kind of do see there's a moment where there's like a big piece that goes all the way from the British Isles down into the Caribbean. Is that Atlantis or whatever, but they called it Haiti, So I'm just trying to think about, you know, again, Rock Lake Pyramid. So they're saying, those are some good sources, which we know. And Dr. Cyrus Gordon, before Columbus, have long been saying that America supplied copper to Bronze Age societies throughout Europe and the Near East for 1800 years. Okay, we were providing copper. Okay, you already know the purest coppers from here. Any of these ancient old world people, having copper and the other side of the world, most likely, when it's 100% pure, it was coming from here, right? The merchants, they were bringing it all over the world. So, hey, what's up, family? So, yeah, I'm just going over this book we're going to be reading today. If you just joined us, we're reading the back of the book real quick. And it's telling you some amazing things right in the back of the book. It's telling you America's older than we think. It was rediscovered. We're providing copper to over there. So we learn metallurgy. And believe it or not, that's something, metalworking, that was invented here. When we got an encyclopedia called uh, American Indian Contributions to the World, you know, metalworking is one of them. In case you guys didn't know. Hey, what's up, everybody from all over the world? From all over the world. All right, we're just gonna read today. Honestly, after yesterday, I wasn't in the mood to record, edit, scan, put it together, create a PDF. That takes 2, 3, 4 days sometimes, guys. Hey, hey, James, man, thanks a lot, man. Like, I'm gonna, brush the dirt off my shoulders with these haters. They got some karma coming to them, some big time karma coming to them. They don't even know who they're messing with. Um, us collectively, right? Who we are. And so I'm just gonna read today. I'm not the best, my accent and everything, but hey, over the years I've gotten pretty good, guys. I'm proud of myself. You can see that in the journey if you go to my old videos, how I mess up all the time, how I sound weird and stuff. But yeah, I got love for everybody. I got love for you too. And I got a lot of good people that have been supporting me in the chat for a while now. Talk to me privately. So I appreciate all you guys always, you know. Dedication to Victor Taylor Roth. All right. So there's 20 chapters in this book. I don't know if we're gonna get to all of them, you know, but we're gonna read them. We're gonna see how far we get today. Hope you guys aren't in a rush. I'm not in a rush until about 5:30 my time, which is a lot later, because I gotta go play soccer. I gotta get my exercise in and stuff. Yeah, but there's a lot of pictures in this book. Well, not a lot actually. It's more text, but the pictures are kind of black and white and not really good quality. But there is one. I don't know if you guys can see it because of the oh man, the virtual background is hating. But supposedly you can kind of see it from the air, very high. You see kind of like a rectangular thing. It's not a good quality picture. You probably see a better one online. It says Rock Lake from 3,300 feet. All right. So I'm going to read the introduction real quick. It's called The Enchanted Lake, the introduction. Yep, purest copper in Michigan, for real. Oh, wow, wow. Hey, James, much love, man. Appreciate the support and love, man. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Hey, Morena L. Hey, what's up to all the family? And I talked to a lot of you. All right. So, introduction. A scuba diver neared the end of his routine, if pleasant excursion under an ideal Wisconsin lake. Some 40 feet above, holiday boaters pulled water skiers across its surface, and kids splashed along the shore in the summer of 1967. The divers was, hold on, guys. I think I need, hold on. Okay. I'm sorry. Here we go. You guys let me know if the audio is too loud. I'm going to do it like this. Okay. Yeah, just let me know if it's too loud. You know, louder than my voice. Hey, much love, Eric's Place. Thank you. All right, here we go. Some 40 feet above him, holiday boaters pulled water skiers across its surface, and kids splashed along the shore in the summer of 1967. The diver was able to see for only about 12 feet or so in any direction. The spring-fed waters were clean, but green algae hung suspended in the depths, and the declining angle of afternoon sunlight created a gloomy atmosphere. With less than 10 minutes worth of air remaining in his tank, he was about to begin his ascent when an enormous black form rose up in front of him, and he almost crashed headfirst into what appeared to be a solid wall. Pausing to reorient himself, he proceeded cautiously, stretching out his right hand to touch the face of a massive inclined structure. He could make out in the half light that it was built entirely of black, round stones, all apparently chosen for relative size and stacked up neatly into a pyramidal form. Aloha, aloha. All right, where was I? Again, have patience with me today, guys. He rose over the top, which came almost to a pointed apex, and swam carefully down the full length of the structure, counting his kicks as rough measurement of its overall extent. As a rough measurement, he guessed it was more than 100 feet long, perhaps 20 feet across at the base and about 15 feet tall. Both ends terminated in a triangular configuration, and while poor visibility did not allow him an overall view of the object, he was able to see that it was an articulated pyramid, a monument of some kind and obviously wrought by the hand of man. The diver began to grow disoriented. His mind boggled at this impossible vision resting in the silent twilight of a recreational lake. Slowly exhaling his last breath to equalize the pressure in his lungs, he rose to the surface. See anything interesting? One of his fellow divers asked casually from the motor launch. Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks for tuning in. We're just reading this book, The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake. All right, I'm reading the introduction. All right, hopefully the sound is okay, and hopefully you can hear the music a little. I like to have a little music in the background, you know. Where was I? All right. So he goes out of, so this is a guy explaining, the first guy who actually noticed it, right? And back in the 60s. Hey, how you doing? Shout out to Texas, all the family from Texas everywhere. The accidental find made by Jack Kennedy, all right, that was his name, a visiting scuba instructor from Lombard, Illinois, rekindled a controversy that had begun more than 150 years before. All right, so he wasn't the first. As late as the 1840s, resident Ho-Shunk Winnebago Indians, all right, They told European settlers in Jefferson County, Wisconsin, about the stone teepees in Rock Lake. All right, they called it stone teepees. Okay. My own discovery of this enigma was no less accidental. In January 1987, while researching the legend of another more notorious drowned civilization, Atlantis, all right, America/America, not all of it sank, guys, you already know. I found an old copy of Skin Diver magazine that featured an article about the Rock Lake mystery. I had read nothing of it before, and this story came as a complete surprise to me. The very concept of pyramids at the bottom of a lake, only 3.5 hours drive from my home in South suburban Chicago, astounded and intrigued me. Were such things here as we do speak about? If so, why had I never seen a word concerning them in any of the archaeological journals I had studied over the previous 7 years? Where could I find out more about this unique and dramatic discovery? Hawa, Hawa, much love. Thanks for joining. We're talking about the Rock Lake Pyramid in Wisconsin. I was soon to learn that there was simply no information about the Rock Lake pyramids, save among old and often sketchy newspaper and magazine accounts. And that's right, we read one in my video. Shout out to Waking Up with Analog, or the Archivist now. Found a lot of great newspaper articles from the 1800s, early 1900s, with some incredible reports, incredible finds, things they never told us in school, things that prove this is the old world, things that will rewrite history. They hid all this, they sunk it. It wasn't part of their manifest destiny. Their doctrine of discovery. Their conquest. So they left that out of the history books, textbooks. All right. Where was I here? Again, so only thing he had was some old newspapers, which they never showed it to us, right? About this Rock Lake, this pyramid that others had found in the 1800s. In order to learn anything substantial, I had to undertake my own investigation. But I did not foresee the years of research that would follow, nor did I anticipate that such a quest would grow to include fellow scuba divers from 4 states, the latest underwater high-tech investigative instruments and equipment, a flotilla of support vessels, spotter aircraft, national publicity, and professors in archaeology and geology from from 3 universities. So this is not just anybody going there and saying, hey, I saw a pile of rocks. It's a pyramid. All right. They actually did a lot of work and investigation about this. Just 1 second, guys. Hey, what's up? What's up? Well, as I am glad my videos are, spreading. It's more about the info, so I'm glad the information is spreading. It gets tiring dealing with knuckleheads and people who just want to be stuck on beliefs and stuff like that. Again, let me know if the music's too loud. If you just joined us, we're reading The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin's Sunken Civilization by Frank Joseph. We're still in the introduction. All right. I hope you guys are not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. I don't have to edit or scan or anything. So this is a lot easier for me, guys. And hopefully, you guys enjoy it. But I did not foresee the years of research that would follow, nor did I anticipate that such a quest would grow to include fellow scuba divers. Or I already read this part, my fault. So he had all these professionals, right? Archaeologists, geologists. He had all this equipment to help him back in the 60s, right? More unexpected were the startling conclusions that our finds forced us to accept. What we learned in pursuit of the elusive pyramids fundamentally altered everything we had been taught about the prehistory of our country. Like all other Americans, we were told that our national past went back to the arrival of Christopher Columbus in 1492. Yeah, we've been here for mad years, man. Just showing America's a true old world. All of us, collectively, all the good brothers out there that I've been learning from too. Whatever may have happened among the various inhabitants before he arrived is still largely regarded with indifference by mainstream educators, right? Manifest destiny. They said anything found here is declared savage. That's pre Columbus. They declared that. But the clues we found in the depths of Rock Lake revealed a pre Columbian tale of epic proportions, a veritable saga of civilized splendor, mass migration, cataclysm, oblivion, and rediscovery. This book is a result of 5 years' exploration, from the muddy floor of Rock Lake to the Canary Islands of North Africa, from the secret oral traditions of Native Americans to the lost myths of the ancient Greeks. The story recounted in these pages is thus radically opposed to established views of American history, a contrary position necessitated by the weight of evidence. Even so, I did not set out to prove some pet theory about a prehistoric civilization in Wisconsin. All I sought was to find out to my own satisfaction whether the alleged sunken pyramids were fact or fantasy. Hey, much love, Peter. Thanks for the love. Hey, it's the thought that counts, Peter. And believe it or not, that goes a long way in Costa Rica. you know, there's always, there's you always need gas money, you always need this, you always got, bills never end, man. So I appreciate any amount. And again, nobody's obligated, that's not what we're here for, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll keep doing either way what I do. All right. So, I mean, I haven't read this, guys. I'm reading it with you. I haven't read this. This is ill. I didn't know the introduction was like that. And wow, everything we've been saying, right, last couple of years. And this book is, it's not. Let me see. This book is from 2009, guys. I was stuck in the matrix still. Like I knew things, right? But I didn't know what I know now. You know, I was still stuck in the matrix, man. Lost, man. We were lost when all that history they teach us about, all that Pan African stuff, all the Mesopotamia stuff, and monkey stuff, and that really messed us up. You know, we were so lost. Hey, much love, Abby. Thank you. Appreciate it. Maine. I've been in Maine. Beautiful place. Beautiful place. I grew up in Boston. Manan. That's named after Manan, Maine. Manan, Manasseh. This book is a result of 5 years exploration. Hey, sorry. This is not where I'm at, am I? Oh, yeah, that's where we are. Hey, April. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you guys. You guys make it all worth it. Like, you guys make learning fun. You guys motivate me to keep researching. Like, I know how important this is to everybody. And they can't stop this. They can't stop us. They might be able to like slow us down sometimes, but they can't stop this. This is a spiritual thing. Like the time has come. So whatever other people are doing and talking about me and hating and all that other stuff, that's world things. They're stuck in the matrix. We're bigger than that. We're on another level. Um, you know, Veil's lifted. Like, and if you're still hating and got this negative energy, then you don't really know history, because you're doing the same thing. You're repeating the same thing, and you're doomed again. Like, what happens when you don't learn from history? You're doomed to repeat it. And that's what you're doing. We're trying to break out of that. Break the spells. All right. It's not just me. I didn't write this book. I didn't go to Wisconsin and say, hey, I found a pile of rocks. It's a pyramid, right? This is the old world. This is not my theory. How many books have I read in the last 6 years? How many hours of research and books that you guys have read along with me? You guys have so many books behind you now. You guys read so many books, don't even realize how many books you've read. You are intelligent. You are wise. and you seek. You don't get stuck and believes in indoctrinations. Much love to Sean, man. Keep playing that guitar, brother. He plays the guitar beautifully, you know. Descendants of David, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what we do. Shy City. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's continue. This is getting good, right? We're gonna dodge the hijack when we hear it too, right? This book is a result of 5 years exploration from the muddy floor of Rock Lake to the Canary Islands of North Africa. Remember about the Canary Islands, what they found there? I was pointing to America, how they had mummies and everything. From the secret oral traditions of Native Americans to the lost myths of ancient Greeks, the story recounted in these pages is thus radically opposed to established views of American history, a contrary position necessitated by the weight of evidence. All right, we already read this, sorry, but we're getting to the part we haven't. Even so, I did not set out to prove some pet theory about prehistoric civilizations in Wisconsin. All I sought was to find out to my own satisfaction whether the alleged sunken pyramids were fact or fantasy. In time, the view that gradually emerged revealed a bigger picture than I expected, a vaster para- panorama of long ago events, more bizarre and far reaching in their consequences than I had ever imagined. This panorama of a lost world has never been presented before. The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake represents its first full length account. Okay? You guys about to get it. You front row right now. It's happening right now in real time, and you can't stop this. And if they do, you guys already know why. Witness. Let's be a witness. Anytime, Kindred. Yeah, you know. Hey, much love, Lawrence. Much love to the elder. Blessings. And originally seeking leads to Atlantis, I stumbled across another sunken city, practically in my own backyard, a mini Atlantis, as it were, that lacked none of the high historical drama of its more famous counterpart. Its story must come as a surprise to most Americans brought up to believe that the nearest ancient pyramid stands in the desert of far off so called Egypt over there, right? Egypt is a Greek word. That's not ancient Tamari. That's what the people of Tamari or Tamer called their land, beloved land, Tamari, Ameri, Tameri, the beloved land, you know. So they made us think that all pyramids are on the other side of the world, right? When we have thousands more over here than anywhere in the world. So they made us think, he's saying, that the nearest pyramid was in the deserts of far off modern Egypt, not the waters of a Wisconsin lake. It is nonetheless true that an unknown, colorful, and sophisticated people flourished in America's Midwest at a moment in time when Europeans were groping through the Dark Ages. Long before the first 19th century settlers arrived to claim the land, the secret of America's ancient civilization had gone down into the depths of Rock Lake. There it lay secure in the dark oblivion of its colossal stone monuments for unguessed centuries until now. All right, and that's by Frank Joseph, the author of this book, the author of many books. And if Frank ever knows about me or hears me, or just know I'm not trying to steal your work. Make sure you guys get this book. It's a good collection. It's on Amazon. I make 9 from it. But we're exposing this back in 2009, and nobody knows about it. And it's very hard to get online. Just get it if you want it. And Frank, thanks for the book and the information, and we're gonna carry the torch. No no bad vibes or anything like that. And hopefully you're a good person by heart, and you understand what I'm doing. Same thing you were trying to do is spread the word, and not just about making money, right? So we're gonna get to I guess chapter 1, right? It says here the search begins. The search begins. That was the introduction. Thanks for tuning in, guys. If you just joined us, we're reading the book The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin's Sunken Civilization. All right. Yeah, that's a theme park over there. You guys already know that's a theme park over there. Hey, Bob's in Wisconsin, so he already knows about this. All right, all right. Can you see these structures on Google Maps? I think you can see the one in Rock Lake. Um, it's in the book. It said from 3,300 feet. They have like a picture. Let me see. It does look like a little triangle there. It's like where my finger is. I don't know if you guys can see it, but you can try to Google it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to like scan this and colorize it, right? So that's on to-do list. Yeah, you got to go investigate. That's what this is all about, right? Like, so people can, so we can have our own archaeologists and geologists and all that, you know, do the investigation. Hey, no problem, no problem. I got nothing but time today, guys. All right, let's keep reading. Chapter 1. All right. It's called The Search Begins. The facts concerning Rock Lake are available. One day somebody will put them together. All right. The time has come. And the truth about his sunken pyramids will be known. Victor Taylor, as remembered by Eileen Taylor. That's who said that. The Tesh family has resided in the Lake Mills area since the early 19th century, when Jefferson County was first occupied by Ur farming community. Oh, sorry, I skipped a line. It was occupied by European settlers, mostly German immigrants from the Bornstein or farming community. Now, something to look into. Do they mean German Palatines or anything like that? And what years are you talking about? Don't automatically think pale skin. Don't base it on what you see today. But remember that what Benjamin Franklin said about German immigration in 1750s. Primary sources, right? You guys remember what he said about the Germans? Let's not get Germanized. He said, why are you bringing all these swarthy Germans over here? All these dark-skinned Germans over here. Let's not forget, he said, I am a minority in the world. He said, pale skin, light complexion is minority in the world. The whole world was tawny, swarthy. He said it, 1750s. Google Benjamin Franklin on German immigration, right? And then go to point 25 or 24. I'm not making this up. Go read it. There's no way you can explain, try to, sugarcoat what he's saying. It's very clear. So again, we're not making this up. We're not blackwashing anything. We're not trying to take anybody's culture. We're trying to tell the story how it really is. And then what happened afterwards is a whole other thing, and that doesn't mean you're not part of that people just because you look different today. And let me remind you, I'm light skinned, that doesn't mean, all my ancestors were light skinned. So Franklin was local. Yeah, he was very local. So interesting. All right, something to look into. The first community there, 1800s, was German immigrants, same ones Franklin's probably talking about. All right, today through 8 generations of descendants, a memory has been passed down from those early pioneer days into the present, a historical heirloom that echoes a far deeper past. The first Tesh to arrive in what was later to become the town of Lake Mills established friendly relations with the resident Ho-Chunk Indians. Okay, now these are your real main characters right here. These are your real main characters, where the story's coming from, what they told the people, who shared some of their oral traditions with the amiable newcomer. Amiable? So where's the whole chunk today? What happened? Why aren't they there? Are they? I mean, I think their reservation is there still, or something like that. But what happened. Among these descriptive tales was the story of a nearby lake they called Piranena, the word which they did not understand, was told to their ancestors by a foreign tribe. What inhabited the area a very long time ago? In this lake, they said, either perched on small islands or resting on the bottom were the sacred rock teepees built and subsequently abandoned by these ancient ones. Rock teepees. Okay. And just as the Indians described, several little islands seemed almost to float barely above the surface of a remarkably lovely body of water, surrounded by forests of cedar and tamarack. All right, those cedar trees. On the islets were curious stone ruins, perhaps teepee shaped. However, ancient they may have seemed to Tesh, they did not last much longer. All right, you see what happened? They knocked down, they destroyed the ruins that were there. In 1837, Captain Joseph Keyes built a sawmill, then a gristmill at the lake's eastern outlet. These facilities, in addition to providing Lake Mills with its name, raised water levels dramatically, submerging the tiny islands that barely broke the surface with their strange buildings. More dams in the next few years helped raise the water even more, sinking the structures yet deeper into the lake, guys. What did we just realize? Another city, another dam flooding an ancient archaeological site of your ancestors. And we got a whole series coming on this. You guys don't understand how many, I mean, most of these dams are, that's what they're doing. You know, anybody can go do the research and do videos about it. And they have many people doing videos about it already, which I learned from. But when I started doing the research, there's so many. Then everybody's telling me in the comments, and I appreciate that, guys. So make sure, I just know I took note and I went and followed up. And we're gonna have some great videos on this. But how ironic, right? What a coincidence that this place also got flooded by a dam. Damn. Hey, Susan, thank you very much. Much love, much love. Thank you. Appreciate you. You're very welcome. Let me read the chat a little bit, guys. This is getting good, right? This is like getting really good. I didn't know this book was so good. I just felt like I had to buy it because I can't even read what it's about, you know? So I'm like, I'm gonna just buy it, take a chance, and hey, this is a good. And I already trust Frank, you know? Frank does good books. You know, we have read a lot of his books already, guys. So a lot of history is lost. That's right. A lot of stuff we've been revealing. I mean, it should have already changed history. They're not updating textbooks. This is not mainstream yet. We've been showing this for so long. We show more sources than they show in colleges, in school, and all that, right? Like you know, that's what it's supposed to be about, right? And it's amazing how they're still talking about monkeys and out of Africa and, you know, Mesopotamia and all that stuff, and ignoring what's here, you know, what's been here, at what's been known, because this has already been in news articles and everything. Hold on. Make sure the music is not too loud. Let me know if it is, guys. Yeah, a lot of dams all over the world. Actually, it's not just in the Americas. You know. Hey, much love, Eileen. Appreciate you. Thank you. I gotta make a lot of you guys moderators. I'll look into it after I do the video today. I'll go through the chat again. You know, I know who's been around and who has a good heart. Hey, thanks to all the moderators always. All right, let's continue, man. This is getting good. I just want to keep talking to you guys too, though, sometimes. All right. So now we find out this place has been dammed, so it's flooded. It was flooded purposely. Oh, it was so these people can survive, and they didn't need to do any of that. This was Ho Chunk land. Nobody told any European or any corporation or any army or anybody to build these dams. You know, live off the nature of the land that was already there. You got to learn how to live with it, just like our ancestors did. Who knows how much wildlife and flora, you know, you damaged, and what's going on now still, damaging. All right, so these dams in the next few years help raise the water even more, sinking the structures yet deeper into the lake. While the large ruins seen by scuba diver Kennedy at the bottom of Rock Lake more than 100 years later appears to have been submerged long before Captain Keyes installed his mills, the smaller monuments on relatively higher ground that stood above water were inadvertently drowned only in the last century, when the lake was reportedly raised by as much as 20 feet. Those two different inundations may be separated, as we will see, by several thousands of years. All right, this is different epochs, water levels. Yeah, yeah, the water flow. You get energy. It's just for what? It becomes corporate. It becomes for monetary gain, not really to help you. You got to pay for that electricity. They didn't do that to help you. They did that so they can control you. So you under their mercy now. Now you got to pay them for the electricity, and now you got to pay for water. They dirtied all the rivers and all this stuff. All right. I know it. I believe it. I know that we can go back to a natural way of living where we can be advanced in many other ways, and get out of this whole system. I know we're going to do that eventually. We're smart people. We're very wise people. Remember, we're very wise people. We're going to get out of it. We're going to put things back together after we all wake up. So many levels, right, of this inundation, thousands of years apart. Some observers dispute such dramatic rises in water levels, arguing that the mills and dams resulted in only a 7-foot increase, so the rock tippies were already drowned long before modern Europeans arrived. The Indian legend itself is not clear, and descriptive records from the early 19th century lake mills are lacking. Were the rock teepees in the lake on islands exposed above water or actually in the lake, example, beneath its surface? We cannot be sure. In either case, the Ho Chunk tradition was generally known to the first settlers because they renamed Tyranena, Rock Lake. So this was called Tyranena, almost like Tyr, like ancient Tyr, Tyranena, Tyranena. That was what the Indians called that place. In reference to the rock teepees in or under its waters, one way or the other. The Tesh family recollection is the earliest known allusion to the structures. That would baffle and challenge future generations of local residents. But the lost pyramids were to remain well within the realm of fable. For the rest of the century, it might have been altogether forgotten had it not been for leisurely Sunday afternoon duck hunt in 1900. Two Lake Mills brothers, in their 30s, Claude and Lee Wilson, were paddling their small boat across Rock Lake in pursuit of elusive fowl when they noticed that the water was exceptionally clear, with a hot high noon sun shining directly overhead into the depths. They could see straight to the bottom. Due to the prolonged drought that summer, lake levels were extraordinarily low, down by 2 or 3 feet, and most of the algae that ordinarily obscured visibility had died off. The young men marveled at the crystal clarity of the water and the details they could see far below. But as they drifted slowly toward the middle of the lake, a far more spectacular sight hove into view. Beneath the shallow keel of their rowboat suddenly appeared a gargantuan stone building sitting along on the otherwise mud bottom. It was very long, uniformly rectangular, and its walls sloped upwards and evenly towards a pointed apex. As they coasted over the dark structure, Lee reached over the side with a 5-foot long oar, thrust it into the water, and touched the very top of the elongated pyramid with its tip. Yes, it was real, not an illusion. Forgetting their ducks, the Wilson boys rowed back to shore as quickly as they could, and news of the sunken monument spread through the lake mills like proverbial wildfire. All right, so they're like, wow. So they have a little picture here. No, you guys can see my finger right there. That's supposedly the pyramid. That's like a picture in black and white. Not too good. Let's see if we can get it. Oh man. Well, you guys kind of see it right there. Get the book. Again, I'm gonna colorize these images and post them. Maybe on my new Instagram page. Maybe. Maybe. So they're like, wow, what did we just see? They're rowing their boat. They see a pyramid literally right under them. Hey, hold on. Let me just check the chat, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, Derwin, much love. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. Jonathan, thank you. Much love and respect. Thank you for that. Hey, don't worry, Tiffany. Like we just read the introduction and read a little bit of the intro, and they're talking about how this is rewriting history. They found a pyramid in a lake in Wisconsin. We're just at the beginning of the story where the people who the first settled there are rowing their boat over it, and this is in the 1900s, and they're like, "Wow, we just found a pyramid!" So they go tell the whole town, right? It says a makeshift flotilla of canoes, rowboats, and fishing skiffs, crowded with curious townspeople, followed Claude and Lee across Rock Lake to the scene of their find. Sure enough, there was a strange building resting under the surface of the glittering water. Look at that. How did it get there? Who could have made it? The old Indian stories were right. What's inside? Or who? Who's inside? All right. So the Indians were right. The Indians were right. Boys, boys leap out of their boats, and the better swimmers among them dove down to the pyramid itself. At least few actually reached and touched its tip with their fingers. They later reported that the structure was made of round, black stones neatly stacked up in an orderly pile, with large rocks at the base leading up to the smaller ones at the apex. Word of the underwater anomaly reached the editor of the Milwaukee Herald, who dispatched a reporter to Lake Mills. That's probably the newspaper article we read in my newspaper article videos, guys. That's probably the one. So he sent his dispatch over there. All right. Let me see. Where were we? Oh, he dispatched a reporter. By the time he arrived, more than a week after the discovery, the fortuitous drought that had made the surface feature visible had ended with a series of long overdue cloudbursts that utterly dispelled the lake's unusual clarity. The Wilson brothers obligingly rowed the reporter out to the same spot, but nothing could be seen through the cloudy water. Thus began the long, frustrating history of these mysterious objects, which seemed to appear briefly, then disappear for long stretches of time. The many townspeople who saw the drowned structure and their sons who swam around it had their say in the Herald, which nonetheless treated the story with tongue-in-cheek skepticism. It has it was perhaps mass hysteria brought on by the bad drought, but Claude Wilson became Lake Mill's most prominent citizen. As mayor of the town, he became mayor of the town because he found the pyramid. And he swore to his dying day that the underwater pyramid was no symptom of popular dementia. For the next 3 decades, all knowledge of the rock teepee on the bottom of the lake began to recede into the mist of dubious local legend. Only occasional sightings by resident fishermen kept the mystery barely alive throughout the 1920s and early 30s. During another rare period of clarity, an angler stared over the side of his boat into the transparent waters to behold a stone wall rising from the lake bottom toward the surface, known thereafter as Seek's Wall. It was no, it was not seen again for 70 years, right? So all these different sightings of it, especially when it's clear and the waters are lower. Right, let me just read the chat. All right. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Hope you guys enjoying the read. And if you came later on, not in the live, I have a live chat in case you asking yourself, who is he talking to? Yeah, so this was live, right? April 28th. All right, so they called it Seek's Wall. It wasn't seen for another 70 years. During the interim, Seek's Wall grew to become a popular local expression for something that does not exist. Not, a lo- Not long after Seek's dubious discovery, August Bartel, a lifelong resident, snapped his fishing lines on a peculiar conical stone figure under the south end of the lake. I am truly sorry. I didn't mark it. Sorry. I am truly sorry I didn't mark it at the time, he said, because I haven't been able to find it since. The regret was not all his. The, demar- the dematerializing cone shaped pyramid was to become a source of exasperation for years thereafter. Meanwhile, fishermen in Rock Lake ever so often snagged their nets or fouled their anchor lines on perpendicular fingers of stone where there should have been none. A Depression era generation cynically regarded the alleged pyramid as a political ploy conjured by Major Wilson to generate outside interest in his economically shattered town. Among the few residents who impartially questioned the authenticity of Wilson's underwater marvel was a scholar with a profound interest in and knowledge of his state's archaeological past. Victor S. Taylor was a high school grammar teacher who wondered if the earthen ceremonial platforms of nearby Astalan, all right, remember Astalan? You guys know that's a site in Wisconsin. It has mounds and everything. It's called Astalan, almost like Aztlan, right? Where the Mexica people, Mexica, that went down into Mexico say they came from, right? Very similar, the word. So he wondered if the earthen ceremonial platforms of nearby Aztalan might have had any bearing on things under Rock Lake, located just 3 miles due east. Aztalan was the site of a 45-acre walled city that flourished almost 4 centuries before Columbus arrived in the Americas. All right, and dodged the hijack with their carbon dating. Could be a lot older. Parallel with Taylor's inquiry into Rock Lake was the first professional excavation of Aztalan's pyramidal Temple Mound, undertaken by archaeologists from the Milwaukee Public Museum. All right, so real quick, might as well. Let's see if we can. All right. We're gonna show you, just in case nobody knows about this or someone doesn't, so you guys can see what they're talking about. All right. Mounds. Again, this is in Wisconsin. So because of what they found in Rock Lake, they actually did an archaeological dig on in Aztalan for the first time. Right? So, if you're from Wisconsin and you've never been there, go check it out. Record it, send me the footage. Yeah, so they're not really showing good pictures, but there's some pretty good pictures if you can look for them. All right. It says here, Indian people lived at Aztalan between 80 and all right. So these money, these historical markers, sometimes they're just like general. It's almost like Wikipedia info, and very generalized, and a lot of the time with the hijack history. But just in case you guys don't know about this site, there you go. Aztalan, that's what he's talking about. Wow. Hope you guys enjoying. If you just joined us, we're reading The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin Sunken Civilization. We're in chapter 1 still. And we continue saying, so Taylor was the first researcher to investigate the local Indian traditions, and he personally conducted a house-to-house canvass of the Lake Mills area for anything that might shed light on the enigma. In summer 1935, he hired a trio from the University of Wisconsin's swimming team at Madison. Under Claude Wilson's direction, they dove like Polynesian sponge divers after the sunken structures and found more than they expected. Luck was with them because another drought, although not so severe as the one in the 1900s, once again lowered lake levels by a foot or two and greatly improved subsurface visibility. The teenage divers had no equipment whatsoever, relying entirely upon sheer lung power to sustain their underwater exploration. But Wilson had taken them precisely over the large object, which they identified with little difficulty. It was just as he and his brother had described it at the turn of the century. To the astonishment of the young men, they found 4 different monuments close by. 3 of them were more like step pyramids, all right? Like step pyramids. So there's more, all right? Pyramids. There's not just one. There's a lot of structures down there. All right, where was I? So they were like, so they found other ones like step pyramids erected in tiers, a rising series of superimposed layers. Sorry. All right, have patience with me, guys. We live today. We're surfing in real time. Shout out to 432 The Drop Radio. Yeah. Where were we? Come on. All right, so squarish more than rectangular. Squarish more than rectangular. So they're talking about the other monuments, like step pyramids, right? They appear to be 20 feet at the base and just as tall. Most remarkable of all, one of the stone structures resembled an ice cream cone turned upside down. All right, perhaps 10 feet across the bottom and tapering steeply to a point. This was the first underwater sighting of the conical feature that was to much later prove so elusive, yet revealing a facet of the Rock Lake mystery. One of the divers just glimpsed a particularly baffling aspect of the lake bottom beside one of the structures. It appeared to be the perfectly round entrance to a shaft, some 5 feet across and going down into the mud floor. Several more holes of equal diameter were found nearby. The press referenced to them as Indian shafts, but they were not seen again for the next half century. Taylor presented his findings to the Wisconsin authorities, who were mightily impressed with the detached professionalism of his investigation and were won over by the even more impressive evidence he had accumulated. On February 13th, 1937, or 36, sorry, WPA, or W.P.A, I don't know what that stands for. Executives, oh, Wisconsin something, right? Executives declared Rock Lake's sunken pyramids wholly authentic. Okay? They said it was authentic. The W.P.A executives, Wisconsin something agency or something, right? They declared this authentic. Dr. B.W. Saunders, director of the Federal Writers Project, arranged funding through the state Centennial Committee for a deep sea diver to search the site in hopes of recovering inscriptions or artifacts. Okay? Why didn't they never tell us about this? The hard hat exploration would be supported by Dr. Charles E. Brown, head of the Wisconsin Historical Museum, and Professor Ernest F. Bean, state geologist. These gentlemen represented the day's scientific establishment, so Victor Taylor's triumph had gone straight to the top. Almost single handedly, the local school teacher had thrust the myth of the lost pyramids into public awareness, and no less importantly, won official recognition of their existence. Okay? Another thing they hid from us. Shout out to the chat. Much love and respect to everybody that's tuned in. Hope you're enjoying. Only 2 months after WPA's pronouncement, the controversial structure were spotted from the air for the first time. Dr. Fayette Morgan was the town dentist, whose open cockpit biplane afforded him an unprecedented perspective of regional Wisconsin. In the early afternoon of April 11, the skies over Rock Lake were lightly overcast, a condition that sometimes allows exceptional views deep beneath the surface. Casually, circling the lucid body of familiar water at around 500 feet, Morgan was shocked to see the black forms of two rectangular buildings on the bottom, near the center of the lake. He executed several passes and saw clearly their uniform dimensions and prodigious size, which he estimated at more than 100 feet each. 100 feet each. Wow. It's all happening in real time. You're a witness to what's happening. Landing to refuel, he dashed home for his camera, then took off at once to capture the objects on film. By the time he returned over the lake, its sunken monuments had vanished in late afternoon twilight. Subsequent and repeated flights to photograph or even rediscover them from the air failed. Morgan's sighting generated additional popular interest in the awaited summer dive, sponsored by W.P.A. Beginning at dawn on June 25th, two divers from neighboring Janesville began setting up their clumsy paraphernalia of weighted boots, bulging copper helmets, entangling hoses, and air pumps. After receiving directions and encouragement from the venerable Claude Wilson, they set out to the area he chose for them in a small motor launch. All right. Let me know if the music's too loud, guys, because it's hard for me to tell. Because the program kind of lowers it for me automatically, so I don't hear it the same as you guys. Something I found out after doing many lives. All right. So I think what it's saying is like they came to try to like debunk what they had found already. So Claude Wilson, the original guy who found this pyramid, showed them where it was. Until after sundown, the men traded equipment back and forth, taking turns diving for the pyramids. But the very nature of hard hat exploration made their search impossible. They didn't have the right equipment. They weren't doing it right. Forced to walk along the mud bottom, clouds of impenetrable silt billowed up with every heavy step, totally obscuring visibility. The divers, impro- the divers improvised a technique to counter the adverse effects of their ponderous passage by taking only a few steps at a time, pausing to let the disturbed mud and silt settle back down to the bottom, then proceeding for another few paces. Progress was extremely limited, of course, but the men were persistent and tried their luck at two other locations where they hoped to meet with less mud. After nearly 11 hours of exertion, they returned to shore, too exhausted and discouraged to grant reporters an interview, save for a few blunt words expressing their total lack of belief in the existence of pyramids. All right. So this was the people they sent to debunk, right? And they didn't even have the right equipment. They kept creating more mud and less visibility. They weren't there to really, uh, you know, try to prove this was real, even though all the experts had already done that, right? Their bitterness and lack of success had an adverse effect on public opinion. Some townspeople declared that they had been made victims of a hoax and subsequently rendered a laughingstock throughout Wisconsin. State funds had been misused to go looking for Zeke's wall. So strong was the general negative reaction to the failed attempt of the Janesville divers that that establishment professionals, initially so keen on the credibility of the structures, rapidly distanced themselves from the controversy without comment. They would have became a laughing stock too. And that always happens, guys. Like we've got it already. How a lot of people censor themselves just because they don't want to lose their jobs and their credibility. But this is not just one case. We've read so many cases of this happening throughout the Americas. All these archaeological finds, the Smithsonian hides, and says it wasn't real and all this other stuff. When we know and read that they actually wrote Manifest Destiny, literally they said that anything discovered here that was pre-Columbus was to be deemed savage. All right, like they wasn't gonna take it seriously. Abandoning Victor Taylor, right? So they left Victor Taylor on his own to bear the brunt of an aroused public outcry. Hey, much love, Creative Ways. Appreciate you. But to the lone school teacher was unmoved by the sudden change in the general attitude. He continued to claim that the sunken pyramids not only existed, but represented a lost key to understanding what happened in Wisconsin, perhaps in all of North America, before the arrival of modern Europeans. Further research, he insisted, should not be scuttled because of a single unproductive operation. His undeterred stance generated scorn, then real hostility and persecution. He was eventually dismissed from his teaching post and virtually run out of town. And that's what happens to you when when you're down with mainstream and you start talking like this. That's what happens to you. They just hire another um, of their puppets to continue their indoctrination to others. All right. And again, if you're a teacher, don't take this personal. If you're a professor, it's just what it is. You're reading textbooks. You're reading textbooks somebody already gave you. Here, read this to them. There's a curriculum already established that you don't get out of. And even when you do, you think you're doing, you're still adding hijack because you're still going with out of Africa, Mesopotamia, all that other stuff. Like nobody was here before Columbus and all this other stuff. So, you know, much respect to you for your accomplishments in life and your degrees and what you do to help. Because I know a lot of you just do it because you really want to help and teach people, and they didn't know it was so deep, the lies, and now you're like deep in it. You don't know how to get out of it or how can I start going out of the curriculum without getting fired? Something you gotta think about, and hopefully you guys work it out for all of us and our children, because they're teaching lies to our children, and you're helping them. I know. Hey, everybody needs a job, right? I guess, but you know, is it worth losing your soul for? Never sell out for that, especially when you know it's wrong. You know, hey guys, I just want to tell you, I got cut yesterday in my yard a little bit, like right here. It's a little tiny cut, but it was deep. I just put this on just so it doesn't get dirty and stuff. And I got a little bandage there. In case you're wondering why I got this. Mm. Yeah, I was doing yard work yesterday, and I cut myself pretty deep. But it's good. It's all good. How would they know? How would they know what? No, like I'm saying, if you didn't know at first, that's okay. But if you know now, if you're teaching and you know all this, you've been following me. I'm not coming at you, okay? Because I know a lot of you talk to me, you tell me you're teachers and stuff, and you're teaching to your students. So I'm not talking to all those people. I'm just saying the ones who are afraid or just like, I'm just gonna do my job, go to my 9 to 5, get my check, and I'll help my family. Like be brave. I'm just saying, be brave and be a pioneer, you know, and speak up, man. This can't go on for much longer. Like, we got to be the change that you want to see. You never heard of that? Don't be waiting on others to do it for you. Garden is for gods, The garden is for gods. Hey, yeah, yeah, much love, much love. Okay, okay. I got a lot of gardeners here. That's what's up. Where were we? All right. So Victor Taylor's like, nah, man, this is real. I seen it. We had the experts come and already say it. I did the scientific research. I did it all. We saw it. My eyes saw it. I know what I saw is there, right? So he's undeterred. So he was fired and all that, right? For his position. He returned some years later, however, when after suffering a fatal heart attack, his body was buried at Rock Lake Cemetery. All right. That's unfortunate. Maybe the stress got to him, It's a lot of stress carrying the weight, guys. So he eventually got right next to it, right? Rock Lake Cemetery. Overlooking the controversial enigma he had personally lifted into folk consciousness. Lake Mill's martyr to history was just 45 years old. His sunken pyramid issue had entered the dangerous realm of popular feeling and become part of the desperate emotionalism found elsewhere in Depression era America. The hubbub at Rock Lake echoed to Milwaukee, where it attracted the attention of a pioneer in deep sea research, Max Jean Knoll, once an engineer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. There he invented the first self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, better known today as the scuba. More than 10 years before Jacques Cousteau made an international name for himself with the same independently invented device. In December 1936, Knoll had broken the 50 fathom, more than 300-foot world diving record set more than 20 years earlier when he dove 420 feet into Lake Michigan, piloting a special chamber he co-designed. For the remainder of his brief life, like Victor Taylor, Noel died before his 50th birthday. His vital research made numerous scientific breakthroughs in underwater technology, particularly in the investigation of decompression sickness. All right, something he probably got. In 1939, he was chosen by the renowned Craig organization to salvage the infamous ocean liner sunk during World War I, the Lusitania. But the outbreak of a new war scuttled the project, nor was he new to American archaeology. In the same year that he broke the world's longest standing diving record, he excavated 36 artifacts in the vicinity of Tenochtitlan, Enoch, right? Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital in Mexico City, and spent quite a bit of time studying their works. If anyone was qualified to distinguish between an ancient man made structure and a natural formation, that man was Max Knoll. Hey, much love, Charlotte. Appreciate you. A year after the unproductive dive conducted by the Janesville Hardhats, Knoll began his own quest for Rock Lake by making aerial surveys in the company of Lake Mill's flying dentist, Morgan. Repeatedly fly, Repeated flyovers in the breezy double-decker airplane revealed no trace of the pyramids. However, he was nevertheless sufficiently intrigued by the personal testimonies of old-timers who remembered seeing the submerged monument in the 1900s to continue the investigation. More fascinating was the evidence assembled by the much abused Victor Taylor, in whom the diver found a friend and fellow researcher during his last years. Noel began his subsurface exploration with a hydroscope, a kind of inverted periscope that allowed underwater views from the boat to which it was attached, even while underway. This method proved unsuccessful, but one day his dragline snatched a conical structure and he dove down to investigate. Sunday, October 10th, 1937. However, I swam down in the lung. It weighs 14 pounds, is completely self contained, uses a helium oxygen mixture, and will permit diving to a depth of 250 feet or will sustain life in any unbreathable medium up to a pressure of 110 pounds per square inch. The lung is designed so that a man is inert in the water, no weight or no buoyancy, and permits him to swim like a fish. All right. The scuba gear Noel created was, and would still be 30 years later, the best available method for underwater research. So they're quoting again. And examining the pyramid, it was very convenient to swim down and around the structure in a spiral and then circle the base without actually touching the bottom and stirring up the ooze as would have been necessary in a diving apparatus. This lung, to our knowledge, is the only thing of its kind in the world. The pyramid rises up from a 36-foot bottom to its upper base, which is 7 feet from the surface. Therefore, being 29 feet high, a deposit of ooze has collected at the base, and penetration of this with my hand revealed that the structure continued down. The pyramid is shaped in the form of a truncated cone. Approximate dimensions are as follows: diameter, upper base, 3 feet, diameter, bottom, 18 feet, altitude, 29 feet. The construction is apparently of smooth stone set in a mortar. It is covered with greenish, thin scum that rubs away easily and is bare in parts. We have been very discouraged at times, bucking the problems of drag handling the small boats with our equipment, dirty water, difficulties in fouling drags, the icy waters on the bottom, etc., and have decided to continue the work with the deep water diving suit. At that time, we will attempt to shoot pictures with our undersea cameras and also attempt to locate other pyramids in the lake. He did return to document the cone shaped pyramid. All right, so that was him talking. That was what he found. This is the expert, right? Who's also an archaeologist, who's also the first diver. So he was, I'm gonna go there and dive myself and see it for myself. And he saw it. And that's what he just described. So it continues, right? It says, he did return to document the cone shaped pyramid with his underwater camera, another Knoll invention among the first of its kind. The photograph showed an obviously man made arrangement of closely fitted stones. Obviously man made, all right? This is not natural. And it's there. And these stones are, again, closely fitted, the size of teacups. But the diver had to approach his target at arm's length to each discern it in the murky depths. And the resulting picture was sadly inconclusive. So, too, winter operations with the deepwater diving suit proved unproductive. But Noel was not discouraged. He suspected that some hidden relationship between Rock Lake's pyramids and those of neighboring Aztalan might be a key to unlocking the mystery. The pyramids in Rock Lake have had considerable more interest to me than their mere submergence, as have been the remnants of the ancient Aztalan enclosure. Noel's underwater find was sensation. Okay, sorry. Noel's underwater find was a sensation and had the effect of totally reversing public skepticism. The drowned pyramids were accepted as valid phenomena again. Now the general enthusiasm for his discovery began to transform Lake Mills itself. Owners of shops, restaurants, supply stores, and all kinds of establishments began to rename their properties the Pyramid Cafe, the Pyramid Granary, the Pyramid Motel, etc. There was even talk of changing Lake Mills to Pyramid City. The veteran park was laid out in a great triangle at the center of town, and a trio of columns made up the shrine of a marble pyramid at its midpoint. The ancient spirit of the sunken monument seemed to have risen from the depths of Rock Lake and materialized itself in the modern world. Popular excitement over Max Noll's personal quest was eclipsed only by the advent of the Second World War. A year before America's official entry into the conflict, another startling discovery was made in Rock Lake. In March 1940, civilian pilot Armand Bondre and his observer Elmer Wolin flew over Rock Lake just after the winter ice cap melted. Both felt sure water clarity would be at an optimum just then, and they were right. The flyers were additionally blessed by perfect light conditions and an absence of wind to stir and obscure the surface. The submerged structure stood out in bold relief against the mud bottom, providing the best perspective ever seen until then. But as their single-engine airplane banged over the south end of the lake, they were awestruck by an entirely new sight. Below them, under unguessed phantoms of water, lay a titanic, perfectly centered triangle formation pointing due north. A black pair of circular cone-shaped figures were side by side near its apex. Bondre and Wolin estimated the length of each of the delta's equal sides was 400 feet. That's big. It appeared to be a colossal platform, shaped coincidentally and appropriately enough like Lake Mills' new Central Park. Huh. So they knew, right? They knew. They were like replicating it, right? Their wonderful aerial discovery was not the only sighting of strange shapes in Rock Lake during the 1940s. Training flights of B-17 Bomber Squadron that operated from its base near Madison regularly flew over Lake Mills on practice runs to Milwaukee. The crews often spotted large dark figures in the lake and even felt compelled to photograph them through their Norton bomb sights. Unfortunately, the photographs were either destroyed after the war or lost in the military bureaucracy, right? Top secret, stamped, you can't see this. Wow, much love and respect to everybody that's tuned in. If you just tuned in, we're reading the book, The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, which comes in Sunken Civilization. We're almost done with chapter 1 here. And yeah, it's been a pretty interesting read so far. Make sure to catch it from the beginning on the replay if you missed it. Also missing from these early years of the Rock Lake story was so much as a single professionally trained archaeologist. Only Wisconsin's chief historian and state geologist were briefly associated with Victor Taylor's work until the hostility he attracted scared them off for good. It seems strange and disappointing that the scientific community stood by without a word, as a controversy that came specifically within their expertise began to more and more engage a general public in need of definitive answers, or at any rate, plausible theories. As it was, though, their mute, above it all attitude, explanations for the sunken structures fell by default to enthusiasts, amateurs, or occasionally to professionals in distantly related fields. Not one word about the collected eyewitness accounts, stretching back to the Ho Shunk oral traditions, appeared in any scientific journal. Remarkably, while the pyramid debate was nearing its pre war climax, Aztalan, only 3 miles away, was being thoroughly excavated for the first time by means of university trained archaeologists who pretended that Rock Lake did not exist. The trained archaeologists' refusal to condescend to condescend and confront a popular issue resulted in an atmosphere of uncertainty. At a moment when scientists and citizens should have been brought together closer than ever before by a great common quest, the gap between them widened into a gulf. The elitists returned to their private preserves of wisdom and left the common rabble to play with vulgar fantasies of sunken pyramids. For something to be authentic, it had to be official. Max Noel had gone a long way toward establishing the authenticity of the sunken structures, and the controversy would have perhaps been officially resolved through his well respected pioneering efforts. Tragically, he was killed with his wife in an automobile accident after the Second World War, huh? How convenient, right? The one guy that was trying to prove this, that was actually, had credentials and respected. But the public waited in vain for a verdict from someone in scientific authority. The cause of scholarly reticence, had anyone looked close, had anyone looked closely enough, could have been found in the fact that already by the late 1930s, talk of the Rock Lake pyramids represented the kiss of death for any salaried archaeologist on the payroll of a university where reputation was everything. All right, literally, literally like blackmail. Like, hey, you talk about that, you're getting fired. They trying to keep their money, their check, their status, their credibility, everything. Pay their bills. Something we were talking about earlier, right? Was still happening today, guys. So fear of ridicule from incredulous, competitive colleagues imposed a profound silence on establishment scientists who remembered the persecution of Victor Taylor, a mere public school teacher. With the absence of any professional input, the underwater mystery was again threatened by oblivion. A post war generation more anxious about its fate and an atomic age took scant notice of an archaeological curiosities. It's almost like how convenient World War One, World War Two, right? Like it just puts everything on pause. Whatever was going on here, whatever they were discovering, they kind of drew all the attention to the wars that they created. They created and funded both sides of these wars, guys. These wars were made. They didn't just happen. So how convenient, right? A post-war generation. Okay. And it was not until 1952 that the next subsurface expedition took place. On August 7th, a high school senior from neighboring Fort Atkinson plunged into Rock Lake using a homemade diving apparatus. His equipment consisted of a common 9-inch stovepipe modified as a sort of helmet, 133 pounds of Foldry lead for weights, 100 feet of garden hose carrying air from a pair of hand-operated bicycle pumps, and kerosene storage containers serving as air tanks. The stovepipe helmet was a decided improvement over its precursor, a specially fitted 20-gallon metal garbage can. With this bizarre array, Ronald Halloran, a four friend conducted several and four friends conducted several dives, once down to 46 feet. The search for the lost pyramid was on again. The boys' success or lack thereof was not recorded, but their innocent and dangerous enthusiasm demonstrated just how far the ongoing controversy had been left in the lurch by an aloof scientific community. Now academics could scoff at the very notion of the archaeological significance to Rock Lake, with high school students in cartoon like outfits looking for sunken pyramids. But at least one specialist felt its waters deserved serious study. Dr. Stephen de Borhegi, director of the Milwaukee Public Museum, believed that an issue which continued to arouse such passionate interest for so many years merited professional investigation despite his colleagues' lack of support. Beginning June 2nd, 1960, he organized 14 scuba divers en masse to search the lake. They swept its depths in prearranged grid patterns over the next several weeks, finding nothing. But Rock Lake had changed since the days of Claude Wilson, when kids could swim down on a single breath to see the pyramids and touch them. Beginning in the 1930s, increased population around its shores resulted in runoff into the water. Spillage from newly introduced farming techniques contributed to the general flow of material until the lake's former crystal clarity was seriously reduced. All right, so pollution and all these people, throwing their runoff water, right? It got even darker, made it even more impossible to be able to see what's under the lake. It was used to be a lot clearer back in the 1900s, 1800s. Rock Lake experienced an upsurge in algae growth, generating green bloom. All right, so that because of the people, right? Because of that runoff water, that caused more algae to be produced in the lake, making it more difficult, right? The visibility, right? A green bloom that diminished subsurface visibility and cut down sunlight from above. As Dan Nice, a member of the Milwaukee team, reported after a long, fruitless dive, it gets so dark when you get deep down under that you don't know which side is up. We could get very near those pyramids and not even see them. All right, it's almost like on purpose. Wow. So, it made it totally impossible. Now they got all these people, the population, they damned it. So many things to hide these structures, right? Remember, 400 feet platform. The guy said they saw. That's huge. That's more than just pyramids down there. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoying the read. The Midwest amphibians, as the underwater researchers called themselves, made a discovery that was to prove important 30 years later. However, when they found that they thought what they thought was an ancient riverbed toward the middle of the lake, it was in fact the former shoreline. Had they followed along it, they would have discovered the object of their quest. After the otherwise failed attempts of de Borghi and his persistent divers, the academic world felt safe enough to break its silence. In the September 1962 issue of the Wisconsin Archaeologist, the very idea of sunken man made temples, mounds, was condemned because the argument went Indians did not, as a rule, work in stone, and certainly not on any large enough scale to construct a pyramid. All right, so you see their excuse, what they used, and that's totally false. We know a lot of these stone structures were built by the indigenous people of America, the ancient Americans. Come on now, like that was the worst excuse to discredit this. So you guys see, and nobody ever questions that because they don't want to lose their job. You know, they never want to lose their job, and they're still doing it today. Teachers and professors. Shout out to all the good ones that are really trying to, teach their students this stuff. So eventually, they're trying to discredit it because they're saying Indians didn't build stone structures. Come on now, come on now. Moreover, mound building supposedly began only 2,000 years ago, while Rock Lake was at least 10,000 years old. What they're saying is, based on when they think the waters would have been low enough for that to be, that would have been like 10,000 years ago, according to their carbon datings, right? We always got to trust their carbon datings, but I mean, this is why they don't want you to know, because they will rewrite history. America's the true old world, guys. That ain't nothing. All right. Therefore, obviating any possibility of building something on its bottom. Case closed. All right. So they're like, wait, but mound building didn't start till like, much later. So obviously you got debunked. America's not the old world, right? You got debunked, right? No, this is the true old world, and this just adding more, ice into the cake. What we've been learning all these years. We're still in the first chapter, guys. All right, almost done with the first chapter. Thus, handily dismissed, the pyramids of Rock Lake might have remained lost forever, had not a certified diving instructor from Lombard, Illinois, literally blundered into them 5 years later. And that's the guy we read about earlier. I believe his name was Jack Kennedy, right? That's how it started an introduction. A trained botanist, Jack Kennedy made better income as government inspector at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. Described in a national magazine as a cracking good scuba diver, he was a highly qualified professional observer who could be counted upon to tell the difference between artificial and natural formations, even underwater. But Kennedy and his 6 diving buddies had not even heard of the controversy that lay at the bottom of Rock Lake when they were sport diving there on July 3rd, 1967. The visibility of 40 feet was poor, perhaps 4 yards in any direction, and getting worse in the declining daylight of late afternoon. On the of the 7 divers who had to surface for lack of air, Kennedy conserved the supply the longest, and he eventually found himself along near the gloomy mud floor, where he made the startling discovery described in the introduction to this book. He removed 3 grapefruit-sized stones from the gigantic pyramid and rose to the surface with them. But in his excitement, he forgot to take regular bearings, and repeated attempts to relocate the structure where his fellow divers were unsuccessful. The sample stones he recovered as evidence represented some of the most provocative corroboration obtained from the feature up to that date or time, because analysis revealed that they were quartzite from a riverbed. You understand? That's not natural. It was put there. It was put there. Man, somebody put that there. When they took the rocks up, they're like, yo, this is a riverbed. This is not supposed to be there. Piled up like that. Their anonymous appearance at the bottom of a lake and in configuration found by Kennedy meant they had to they had to have been transported there by someone a very long time ago, guys. Very long time ago. America's the true old world. The quartzite's proof, together with Kennedy's sterling credentials as a professional observer and diver, re-sparked general interest in the lost pyramids, and a Chicago Diving Symposium was held on March 30 of the following year to discuss them as legitimate phenomena. The featured guest speaker was Lon Merrick, leader of the Milwaukee Public Museum's scuba team that had conducted its own search under the Borghi in 1960. Still, stung by criticism from the Wisconsin archaeologist's article, he professed strong disbelief in the structure's existence. At most, some glacial debris might have been mistaken for an artificial feature. But Kennedy insisted they were man made. He had actually seen and touched the pyramid, like others before him. He took the air and obtained the first color slides of the submerged objects from 1,000 feet. His photographs showed a black rectangular mass in the same area of Rock Lake where he had encountered the stone mounds. And it really looks like that in these black and white, bad quality pictures. You kind of do see like this rectangular thing in the middle of the lake from the air. Taking advantage of the exceptional water clarity that briefly manifests in early spring, Kennedy and Chicagoan Michael R. Kutska organized a major search with 10 skilled divers of the Narcosis nightclub, piecing together a photographic montage. From earlier aerial observations, they divided into three teams and dove only within assigned sections of the lake. Positioned along a 30-foot line, the Knights swept out within their prearranged grid, using nearby water tower as a bearing. Despite their disciplined exploration, they found nothing on the desert-like mud bottom. Approaching disappointment, they were hailed by a local fisherman watching them from his small boat. He was a true believer in the underwater pyramids because he claimed to have snagged his anchor line on their tops often enough. He advised the divers to move their sweep about 150 yards northwest from their position. Following his suggestion, they descended almost on top of a 15-foot tall structure, clearly visible in the early afternoon light. It was about 70 feet long and 30 feet wide, with triangular ends and perfectly straight lines at the base. Minutes later, another team found a second similar structure, smaller and more squarish, likewise 37 feet down and about 8 feet north of the first target, breaking into the wall of a larger structure with their knives. With the diverse knives. The men discovered a cache of broken clamshells and lengths of splintered deer bone, black with great age but well preserved in the near freezing water. Shells and broken animal bones, like somebody had put them there. Once again, Lake Mills appeared to deserve its old nickname, Pyramid City. Following up on the revelations made by the Narcosis Knights, divers Kathy Caston and Richard Bennett, president of a scuba academy in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, found yet another previously unknown mound near the center of the lake in 1972, shaped like a loaf of bread. It was an ordered pile that progressed in some form. Sorry. It was an ordered pile that progressed in size from larger to smaller stones, from its base to the top, wonderful indication of its human manufacture. Later, not far from the bread, sorry, loaf, Bennett saw six nodular stones, each one 7 inches in diameter and lined up in a row on the bottom. Clearly, years of subsurface exploration had not exhausted all the enigmas in Rock Lake. The couple's finds drew fire from Lynn Goldstein, professor of anthropology at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. She would rather believe a fantastic explanation for things whenever possible, Goldstein said of Kathy, her former pupil. As before official incredulity muddied the waters around Tira Nero's pyramids, remember that was the ancient name, for more than 10 years they slumbered undisturbed until the discovery that should have shaken the skeptics from their cynicism was made on June 9th, 1983. All right, 1983. Yeah, much love and respect. Real quick, let me check the chat, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I see you guys are active and learning and chatting and keeping it to the topic. I appreciate you guys for doing that. Yeah, the true old world, you already know. Yeah, it's all right. It's good because I'm reading. Mostly and everybody's on topic when we're talking about different things that I mentioned. As long as we don't go way off topic, and then we're talking about something that has nothing to do with this, or the old world in America. But yeah, because it does distract, from what I'm reading, so try not to get distracted if in case you do. But if you need to rewatch, go ahead and rewatch. This is the book. We're gonna read the whole book. Not I don't know about today, but this is a really good book. A lot of good info, right? So now we're all the way in 83. We got another team, another discovery, another diver. It was a superb example of the tremendous results that can be achieved when professional scientists, qualified divers, and intelligent amateurs combine their energies. thanks to Robert Bass, a Lake Mills resident interested in the controversy. A truly gigantic and most unusual feature was located in the western section of the lake. Dr. Richard Boyd, a diving instructor from Madison, decided to investigate the target with his scuba club members. The structure was pointed out to them by Bass, who noticed schools of fish concentrated around an atypical elevation rising from the lake bottom. The structure turned out to be as large as two-story building, some 200 feet long. Its irregular, though beautifully contoured shape and prodigious dimensions amazed its discoverers. They were still more surprised to observe that its southern flank was formed into a uniform pyramid configuration. Dr. James Schertz, professor of civil engineering and environmental studies at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, measured the enormous object and determined that its orientation was only a few degrees from the true north. Its human design and manufacture were beyond question. Man made, guys, not natural, and it's there. First, they say it's not there. Then, when they find it, they're literally telling you, yeah, this is man made. It's not just a natural thing that we're seeing from the air. Man made. This has been declared man made and authentic many times. And then a lot of, gatekeepers come and they try to debunk and discredit with really nothing, just like the ones who try to debunk me, they really with nothing. It's all personal. It's all gatekeeping. It's all agendas and agents and trolls. It's been happening forever. We got 9 foot skeletons found in the area. Jackie, I'm sorry, Scribbles let us know. And yeah, we've read a lot of newspapers confirming that, old newspapers. And yeah, we know 7 footers, 8 footers, 9 footers was common in the mountains and in these archaeological sites and caves and all these places. And they were reported so much in the 1800s, early 1900s, and all this was swept under the rug. So yeah. Yes. Appreciate that, you guys. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. There we are. So again, man-made, right? Human design and manufacture were beyond question. Another spectacular find was made when Boyd himself retrieved the first ancient artifact from Rock Lake. Near the base of the huge structure, he noticed what appeared to be a long, straight stick projecting about 6 inches from the muck. He pulled it out to reveal a 28-inch long arrow of tamarack, wood still in abundance throughout the Lake Mills area. The man-made character of what became known as Bass Rock, Bar Number 1, had been confirmed. And what made Boyd's find even more provocative was the arrow's apparent un-Indian identity. Native American arrows were little more than darts, because the bows used to launch them were small for easy transport and rapid deployment. All right, listen to what they're telling you here. It wasn't like the regular arrows. Hence, their string pull was only 20 or 30 pounds, completely inadequate to propel the tamarack arrow effectively. The bow it fitted was much larger and more powerful than anything known to have been developed by the Plains Indians. All right, are you guys hearing that? We just talked about giant people, right? A lot bigger. This is a big arrow made differently, and it would fit on a big and a huge bow. So the bow it fitted much larger and more powerful than anything known to have been developed by the Plains Indians. Examiners determined it was used for hunting as a fish arrow, judging from its size as compared with today's specialized hunting shafts, right? Almost like a harpoon, like a little longer, right? With such intriguing evidence accumulated by so many highly competent investigators, the majority of trained archaeologists and geologists should have at least given the matter some thought. Instead, they clung to their rationalizations of glacial drift to dismiss any notions of artificial structures under the lake, selecting facts which suited their theory, disdaining those that did not. And so, through the 1980s, the lost pyramids of Rock Lake were as controversial as they had been when Lee Wilson poked at the top of one with an oar in 1900. All right, and we've reached chapter 2, guys. They have a picture here which looks like I don't know what it looks like. It's really bad quality, but it looks like a bunch of like rubble. It looks like rubble, maybe in a muddy underwater. And so it says the eastern flank of the Limnati Stone Mount in the northwest quadrant of Rock Lake. Poor underwater clarity, perhaps 12 feet, conspires with the structure's great length. All right, so you can't even they even telling you that couldn't take good pictures. So guys, we reached chapter 2. We're gonna take a small bathroom break, water break, and it's something like that. It's gonna be quick, guys. It's gonna be really quick. I'll be right back. Make sure to take advantage of that. Do your calls and do what you have to do. We'll be right back with chapter 2. Hey guys, I was talking and I was muted again. Oh man, sorry. Sorry about that. I didn't even know I didn't tell you guys I was gonna take a break. I thought you guys heard me. So sorry about that. I literally said, "Hey guys, I'm gonna take a break so we can continue chapter two. Go get your water, your coffee, take your bathroom break." I'm so sorry. I was muted. I do this a lot when I'm live. If you see past live videos, you'll see I do it a lot. Oh, so sorry about that. I'm glad you guys just stuck around and didn't leave. I appreciate for you guys for doing that. We're gonna continue with chapter two. Hope you guys were able to take your break. Oh, okay. I was only muted for a minute. All right, good. Hey, man, I'm doing so much right now. There's so much going on. Like I'm like multitasking right now. I forget what I did and what I didn't do. But anyways, if you just joined us, we're talking about the enigma in the lake, the Rock Lake pyramids. All right. This is like some Indiana Jones kind of thing, right? This is the book we're reading, The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin's Sunken Civilization, by Frank Joseph. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So again, remember we're live today, so have patience with me. If you if you're here after the live, you can just fast forward to the good parts. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. I know you guys are like, hurry up, start chapter two. All right, hold on, guys. You know, I gotta get in meditation mode. You know that? Can't just read and read and read. You know, because then I just start reading and daydreaming, not paying attention to what I'm reading. You know what I mean? So, oh wow, all right, oh wow, 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 yeah, yeah. Again, we're gonna go to chapter two. Hope you guys enjoyed the introduction in chapter one. I enjoyed it. That's such a good read, and I'm enjoying doing this, reading thing live. And I didn't know you guys were gonna be so into it. So appreciate that. Uh, sorry. So again, we go into chapter two. It says exploration and discovery. A ruin. Yet, what a ruin. From its mass walls, half cities have been reared. Lord Byron. Throughout the 1980s, Dr. James Church concluded innovative and valuable research at Rock Lake, surveying Bass Rock Bar and determining its possible orientation to the positions of certain stars in the night sky. But its usual configuration failed to convince everyone that it was indeed a man-made structure. Despite its pyramidal southern terminus and Dr. Boyd's discovery at its base of an arrow, Dr. Church also applied his surveying expertise to neighboring Aztalan, sure that it was linked, sure that it was linked somehow to Rock Lake. He was intrigued by a recent find at the top of Aztalan, Temple Mount, a deep hole dug unguessed centuries ago at its precise center by the mysterious builders of the earthen pyramid. Soil sample tests revealed that the hole had been used to fit a tall wooden pole, not as a support column for a roof, but for something far more significant. Dr. Church conjectured that it may have served as an alignment marker oriented to some celestial event. Across the Crawfish River from Aztalan, he noticed that the most prominent feature on the eastern horizon was Christmas Hill, and his transits showed that the Temple Mount appeared to form an alignment with its crest to mark the winter solstice. Putting his calculations to test, he stood with surveying instruments atop the earthwork and zeroed in on the pre dawn hours of December. 21st. As morning arose on the first day of winter, the sun appeared over the summit of Christmas Hill, in perfect orientation with the exact center of the Aztalan pyramid. The tall post it anciently featured had been part of calendrical device to determine winter solstice for the original inhabitants of Wisconsin. All right, so that's what they're determining there in Aztalan, the mountains we saw earlier. Okay. Second. Okay. Hey, respect, family. What's up? Following his discovery, the larger Aztalan temple mound has been generally referred to as the Pyramid of the Sun. The smaller structure immediately north was consequently called the Pyramid of Venus, north being associated with the morning star at other mound sites throughout Mississippian cultures. Oblivious to the splendid finds Dr. Schertz and his colleagues were making at Rock Lake and Aztalan, I was investigating legendary Atlantis, the lost city described by the classical Greek philosopher Plato 23 centuries ago, so-called Atlantis, right? We're still here. In 1987, while reading an anthology of archaeological anomalies as part of my research, I came across an old Skin Diver magazine article which described the Rock Lake pyramids. I was totally unfamiliar with their story, which seemed particularly fortuitous in view of my quest for antediluvian civilizations. Antediluvian. Antediluvian. 1 second. All right, thank you guys. Sorry, I got my kids here. You know, they're out of school right now. Real quick, well, they got out early Friday. Um, we live, baby. We surfing the wave live. Shout out to 432 The Drop Radio, Drop Nation. What it do? Dracons on the wall. Hawa. You already know. Just breathe easy. Wow. Just breathe. Like, share, and subscribe. Don't hate. Build. Help your brethren. So, oblivious to the splendid finds Dr. Schertz and his colleagues were making at Rock Lake and Aztalan, I was investigating legendary. Okay, so he told. Sorry. So he was talking about antediluvians, right? All right, here we go. Yeah, so he was looking for antediluvian civilizations. Who was, of course, Frank Joseph. You know, we have many of his books. You know, and you know, so Rock Lake fitted right into his investigation because this seemed antediluvian. While the article was certainly fascinating, it was not entirely convincing either. Ancient stone pyramids at the bottom of a small Wisconsin lake? I was inclined to disbelief. Probably, people were mistaking natural formations for remnants of a prehistoric culture. It had happened before. Northern Ireland's giant causeway, an unusual basaltic feature resembling a paved highway leading from the shore into the sea, was generally believed to have been man-made as recently as the early 19th century. Unable to locate any other literature about Rock Lake question, I thought it could be decisively answered from aerial observation. I knew nothing of the flyovers that had been taking place since 1936. So this is the author's story of when he found out about Rock Lake in 87 when he found this article on it, right? So he didn't know anything about any flyovers, nor indeed of any investigations before Kennedy's discovery mentioned in Skin Diver magazine. A photographer friend, Steve Dempsey, who freelanced for the Chicago Sun-Times, joined me for our first airborne reconnaissance in early March. Unknown to us at the time, water clarity was at its optimum. A lucidity created by the freshly melted ice and resulting in a window of opportunity that only opened twice a year, in early spring and late fall, lasting no more than 2 or 3 weeks. We rented a single engine Cessna out of the neighboring Watertown airport and circled Rock Lake at 500 feet. We saw some dark shapes beneath the waveless surface, but they were too amorphous for identification of any kind. There appeared to be nothing unusual under the crystal clear waters, and my doubts about Kennedy's report seemed justified. So that's kind of ironic that Frank Joseph was like, it was fake. You know, the guy who who's literally proven America's a true old world. Our investigation might have ended at that point, and we would have forgotten about Wisconsin's sunken pyramids. But had I not instructed our pilot to make a final pass at 1,200 feet before returning to Watertown, banking around the southern portion of the lake, expecting nothing, we looked down into the blue-green waters and were thunderstruck by the vision of an enormous triangle pointing due north. It was perfectly straight figure, its three equal sides, each about 300 feet long, or so they seemed. Near the apex were two black round figures. Those uncertain, dark shapes, seen from the lower altitude, might have been mistaken for glacial remnants, but this was no natural formation. Even our pilot was astounded. Hey guys, isn't it spring right now in the States? Do you guys have a plane? You guys in near Wisconsin, or hey, fly over, see what you see, get the footage for us. You know, I'll have you on. We can show everybody. And all you divers out there, hey, you want a challenge? That's a challenge right there, worth it. The Great Triangle we were so very fortunate to see was, of course, the same figure first spotted from the air in 1940 by Lake Mills residents Elmer Wolin and Armand Vondre, whose discovery was all but forgotten by the time we made our first flyover. Even before our airplane touched down at Watertown, we were excitedly planning our first dive expedition in Tiranena. Remember the original name the Ho-Chunk Indians gave to that area, Tiranena. In one stroke, the submerged triangle had transformed our disbelief into conviction that, incredible as it seemed, a colossal man-made structure did indeed lie at the bottom of Rock Lake. For the next 3 months, we planned a somewhat complex but thorough operation intended to document the subsurface objects beyond question. In early June, I was joined by a fellow diver on board a small pleasure boat cruising the south end of the lake. Sure of our coming success, we were in radio contact with Steve, who was spotting for us from another rented Cessna more than 1,000 feet overhead. Visibility from this vantage point was greatly diminished from our earlier observation, but he could at least make out part of the apex of the sunken triangle and the twin black circular objects. He guided us to a point directly over them, and we dove once to investigate. Only 15 feet below the surface, the supposed pyramids turned out to be weed beds. Perhaps they concealed something more significant, so we pushed our way into the thickly grown tendrils, which snaked around our regulators and legs. We were unable to proceed further, and disappointed, returned to the boat. Steve radioed in new targets, which he saw clearly, but we could not find until early evening. We scored the south end for some telltale sign of the Great Triangle, seen so clearly from the air. What we saw of the bottom was only a vast wasteland of mud, uninhabited by fish or marked by a single stone. On reflection, we regretted not having investigated the pair of weeds beds more aggressively. It seemed unusual for them to be grown in such tightly packed profusion, one set directly across from the other, unless they were attached to some feature. We had spiraled out our underwater search from the weed patches, but found no other living thing. They undoubtedly were nonetheless the same dark circles near the apex of the triangle that we had observed from the air. The triangle itself, we concluded, was simply too gigantic to be seen close up under the water, much like the ancient effigy mounds from Wisconsin to Chile. Animal and geometric designs that may only be recognized for what they are from the air. Moreover, we concluded that the Great Triangle was not made of stone. Instead, it appeared to be an earthen or clay mound, perhaps a raised platform similar to those in neighboring Aztlan, and therefore all the harder to discern in the restricted visibility and lighting conditions underwater. Hey, much love, Marsha. Thank you. Appreciate the support. You just came in. We're reading the book, The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin Sunken Civilization. Make sure to get the book. You can find it on Amazon. Frank Joseph, support him. He compiled all this for us together. Something good to own, physically too. Who knows if they take the video down. All right. Much love, respect to everybody that's tuned in, enjoying. I think we got like 250 strong at least, and that's all we need. 300, 500 strong, right? That's all we need. We halfway there. Shout out to Con Drop, man. Shout out to Anu. Yo, Darnell. Shout out to Darnell. These are people I talk to all the time. Rob, you know, people I talk to all the time, like literally. Drop not so much actually. I mean the rest of them. Drop me and him. We talk spiritually. He already know what I'm talking about. And when Hawa wants us to meet and talk and all that is gonna happen, it's gonna be powerful. Like, yeah, it's gonna be too powerful, man. Like 2 pounds like that, like two peace kings like that, just like, you know what I mean? Where are we? So an earthen or clay mound, perhaps a raised platform, they said it might not even be stone, similar to those in neighboring Aztlan, and therefore all the harder to discern in the water, right? The following week, we returned to search for the weed beds, but could not relocate them in the thickening algae bloom. For the rest of the summer and into fall, we used a handheld fish finder, a rather crude sonar device which provided some notion of what lay beneath the surface. The readouts indicated several substantial features suggesting hard, perpendicular structures. Sometimes they even resembled steeply sloped pyramids. But all our dives to investigate them came up empty handed. What were we doing wrong? Why could we not find the targets identified by the sonar? Was it providing false readings? Were we misinterpreting the images? Unknown to us then, and for several years thereafter, our simple little instrument was in fact showing us precisely what lay hidden in Rock Lake. Its sonar signal bounced off structures concealed under as much as of more than 10 feet of silt and mud. The signal was unable to penetrate mud, but still did not deflect it. When divers went down to check out its readings, they mistook the top of the silt layer, which covered the stone objects, for the mud bottom. Both appear indistinguishable at depths. It took us 4 years to realize our mistake. 4 years they wasted. But hey, progress is progress, right? As we blindly passed over numerous potential discoveries concealed beneath the silt and the mud flood, huh? It's buried underground, it's buried under it. You were missing it. Our has our haphazard methods were not without some success, however. Near the close of a typically unproductive day, Steve and I were drifting in our rented outboard motorboat, somewhat discouraged, wondering where to search next, when the sonar alarm, which warns of a hard object just beneath the keel, went off unexpectedly. It had never sounded before, and it startled us out of our doldrums. With late afternoon sunlight slanting obliquely into the depths and less than 15 minutes of air left in my tank, I plunged over the side. The visibility was not bad, surprisingly, about 15 feet, although Surface conditions were darkening rapidly, painting black shadows down below, but almost immediately I could discern a large, dark, perfectly round circle. As I descended on it from above, I could see that it was actually a very tall heap of stones piled up to resemble an inverted ice cream cone, just like people had reported before. It appeared to be at least 6 or 7 feet tall, perhaps 4 feet across near the base, which was lost in shadow, and comprised an organized multitude of uniformly round stones, all black. The steeply sided structure seemed held together without mortar, and it stood absolutely alone on the lake floor. Wow. Much love and respect. Thanks for tuning in. We're still in chapter 2. We're reading The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin's Sunken Civilization. We're bringing this out. I swam down close and stretched out my hand to touch the stones at its apparently pointy top, but I suddenly became very frightened. I felt like I was trespassing. Until that moment, I was never afraid underwater, anywhere. I had dived with barracuda off the coast of Yucatan, at the base of an active volcano in the Atlantic Ocean, and into hazardous quarries at night, never with anxiety. Yet here, in this ideally safe little Wisconsin lake, where only real threats to life and limb came from speeding boaters, I experienced the onset of terror. Previous dives were there had been entirely pleasurable, but at first sight of what was surely one of the lost pyramids, I felt afraid. Wow, man, that's like I'm reading this, I'm feeling what he's feeling. Get goosebumps, my hair raises. I'm like feeling that. Like, what would I experience doing it myself? Like finding a pyramid on the ground, especially if I'm looking for Atlantis, right? He was looking for so-called Atlantis, you know. Hey, DB, thank you. Much love and respect. Not improve. We ain't trying to improve. We just remembering, you know. We just remembering telling the story correctly. Ain't trying to prove anything to anybody anymore. Past all that. When I really first started the channel, I really was. We lost. We lost community. Together, we're getting out of this. Like the whole indoctrination. We gotta empty our cup. We gotta empty our cup and relearn many times. Many times. Much love and respect. Thank you. Thank you. You're very welcome. Yeah, so yeah, let's try to stay on topic, and I appreciate you guys actually mainly staying on topic and enjoying this. Um, but yeah, he found a pyramid. This Frank Joseph, he got a lot of good books. Henceforward, henceforward, as much as I enjoyed diving in Rock Lake, I was always experience I would always experience a tingle of uneasiness bordering on dread. Over the years to come, I was told by other divers, even longtime Lake Mills residents, that their lovely body of water generated a feeling they describe as eerie or creepy, or as though one were being watched by somebody or something. You hear that? They got a Dracan under there. What's going on? That guarded? Do you guys hear that? That's deep right there. I surfaced as much to regain my courage as to tell Steve to mark our position. I forced myself to dive once more and caught another, less clear view of the stone mound in the swiftly deteriorating light. On my emergency air, I returned to our boat. Subsequent dives for the remainder of 1987 failed to relocate the cone shaped target, since they were first observed by the Wilson brothers in 1900. The structures were notorious for briefly revealing themselves to one or two chance discoverers, then disappearing whenever anyone else excitedly called in to see them. Investigators now believe the mysterious vanishing act is partially caused by light currents in the lake, which cover and uncover the structures with the silt layer hanging suspended at depths in a sustained matrix. Contributing to their fleeting appearances are sudden temperature inversions that affect the density of the algae bloom, together with the sun playing light tricks under the surface with passing clouds. The pyramids can literally materialize and then disappear before a diver's eyes. When all these factors are at work, by the same token, the structures are only clearly visible when the various conditions happen to function together in harmony, a rare occurrence in any case. It's gotta be meant to be. Gotta be meant to be. Hey, much love, Lonnie. Much love. The change in seasons did not deter our research. So, in case you just joined us, we're reading this really good book. It's called "The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin's Sunken Civilization." So, I'll try to make the time to scan this and share this with my Patreons. So, all the Patreons out there, yeah. So, if you want to wait for the PDF, but if you want a physical copy, make sure to get it. I think you should have a physical copy. These are good collections to have, especially how the way he is written and the whole history behind it, the story and everything. All right, appreciate you, Omar. Thank you very much. So we're still on chapter two. We've already read a lot of all the investigations prior to the 1980s, and the author is now telling us about his experience and how he eventually ran into the pyramids, and that's what he's talking about right now. You know, so these cone-shaped things are really hard to see. They kind of appear here and there. You know, by the same token, the structures are only clearly visible. Okay, here we go. Sorry. The change in season did not deter our research. Steve, who was also a skilled woodworker, designed and built a large inverted periscope for peering beneath the ice cover in winter. Early in February 1988, we returned to Rock Lake when conditions were genuinely Arctic. We had to fortify ourselves no less thoroughly against -5 uh, Fahrenheit winds, so weather, right? Than if we had been attempting to hike to the North Pole. Wow, it was cold. Setting up our equipment over a suspected structure, we saw and drilled with great difficulty a hole large enough to insert Steve's invention through the 18-inch thick ice cap. Next, in 12-foot circle, we drilled 8 additional holes in which we floated automobile headlamps connected to a central battery. All right, they're like MacGyvering it up, right? MacGyver, you guys know MacGyver, right? So, hey, thanks, Addicted to Time. Really appreciate you. You're very welcome. Thank you. Well, the MacGyver thing, you guys, some of you might be too young for that. You might not even know who MacGyver is. Come on, that's for the OGs. MacGyver, yo, I'm gonna MacGyver this up real quick. We knew the snow-covered ice cap would shut out most sunlight into what we presumed would be crystal clear waters. We turned on the lights pointing downward into the lake, peered through the hydroscope, and beheld nothing. Visibility was worse than ever. Some unknown debris, neither runoff nor algae, totally obscure Rock Lake. I sank a drinking glass into the water, which froze over literally before our eyes, and tried to determine the nature of the retrieved material. We were amazed to see that millions, more likely billions, of writhing microorganisms, some white with flexing tails, others red and shaped like figure eights, were thronging beneath the ice cap, spoiling our ability to see. We never imagined anything could survive, let alone dwell, in the lake under such frozen conditions. At twilight, the ring of headlamps lit the underside of the ice in an eerie display, but our hydroscope attempt had failed utterly. In spring, Steve began compiling an aerial map from photographs he had taken during all our flights over Taita Nina. Remember, Taita Nina is the old name of the area of Rock Lake. All right. Hey, thank you, Nancy. McKay, deep history, McKay. Um, thanks, I really appreciate it. Hold on, guys. My throat gets dry from reading. Wata, agua, hawa, is agua, is the life of water. Yeah, just breathe. In spring, Steve began compiling, sorry, so over Tyranina, right? He was compiling an aerial map over Tyranina, although we could never determine which shapes were the structures seen from the air. Even so, we used his map montage to create a grid system of the whole lake. Starting in March, when the window of optimum visibility opened, the water temperatures were 50 degrees or less. We dove it square by square through spring and summer, into fall and early winter, finding nothing, but narrowing down our possibilities and avoiding repetition in areas already covered. Despite our lack of success in discovering any pyramids, our persistence paid off with a great find. Physical proof that there were indeed stone structures on the bottom. In a southeast quadrant, a third of a mile from shore, my diving partner and I descended to a hill about 14 feet below the surface. Visibility for Rock Lake was exceptionally good at more than 12 feet. The hill was topped with a rough pile of stone, all of similar size, a sight surprising in itself because the area of the lake is a mud desert. More remarkable, the stones formed a distinct circle, and I wondered if we were looking at a collapsed conical pyramid. There were no rocks outside the circle, and its position atop the hill made my speculation all the more feasible. We began examining individual stones. They appeared quite ordinary, although curiously spherical and almost all of a similar size. Around the perimeter, however, we found several atypical brick-like specimens, and a and I plucked the most squarish example from the mud. It was very uniform on all sides but one, which was strangely inclined. A smaller stone nearby resembled a Paleolithic tool. I shrugged my shoulders in uncertainty, and we ascended to the surface with our samples. I delivered them to Robert Salser at the Department of Anthropology, Bellwood College, expecting little significance. His analysis of the suspected tool revealed nothing certain beyond its place in the local glacial till. However, examination of the brick-like example proved spectacular. In a letter of February 9, 1989, Dr. Salser wrote, "The other larger rock tested positive to HCl, a, or I, a 10% solution of dilute hydrochloric acid. Although the reaction was slow and weak, but I believe it is a dolomite, a relative of limestone, and such rocks are part of the local bedrock. Further, it is my judgment that this rock has been trimmed by flaking along several adjacent edges, and that this trimming was done by humans. It is not possible to tell just when the flaking was done. More evidence. Another expert. More evidence. Like, yo, this somebody chipped this and made this form, this slant. Okay, we had found the first material evidence for the lost pyramids of Rock Lake. Reinforcing the stone's identification was the slant of one side. I remembered that there were similar bricks around the edge of the site we visited, in their presumed original position arranged in a circle. Additional stones placed on top of them, and the angle of the inclined side would have stacked up to form a cone shaped figure. There was no way to date the brick like object, but its discovery far out into the lake as part of a circle of similarly shaped stones reasonably identified it as belonging to a conical pyramid of the kind described by Max Knoll 52 years before. I presented our find to the Ancient Earthwork Society at a meeting held in the conference hall of Lake Mills Fargo Library, and Steve showed the members his slide photographs of the lake's Great Triangle taken from our Cessna flyover. Henceforward, we no longer felt alone in our quest, as other curious men and women joined the renewed search for Rock Lake's lost pyramids. Among these valuable personal contacts was Lloyd Hornsbostel, a Lake Mills resident, civil engineer and inventor of the third lung, a device that greatly extends underwater time to divers by allowing them to breathe through a 40-foot long hose attached to a combustion engine air pump floating on the surface. Lloyd's invention would become a useful tool in our expeditions beneath the surface, but his own participation proved even more valuable. Okay, one love to everybody. Hope you guys enjoying the read and the information here. What's in Wisconsin, right? Wisconsin, people will be like picturing that like the boonies and stuff, like middle nowhere, but a lot of black folks up there, a lot of big cities, and also a lot of archaeological stuff, right? As we're seeing here, so-called black. Where are we? Hold on. So they found this another expert diver, right? So he made another invention that was helping him. And he was actually living in Rock Lake. What a convenience, huh? Did he know about it? Was he? It's weird, huh? Another helpful find was Mary Wilson, the town historian. Remember, the Wilsons was one of the first to find that she might be related. She organized meetings for us, helped us raise financial support for our equipment, and generously shared with us her abundant files about Rock Lake. Eileen Taylor, wife of Victor Taylor's cousin, was our living link to that heroic researcher of the 1930s, and her assistance made us feel we were part of an ongoing quest spanning the 20th century. Another Lake Mills resident, Wayne May, became the driving force and articulate spokesman of our cause through his talks before the Rotary Club and liaison with press and television representatives. And of course, we were privileged to share our efforts with the renowned and pioneering Dr. James Schertz. Eventually, David Hatcher Childress, then president of the World Explorers Club, headquartered in Steele, Illinois, teamed up for an underwater investigation. In the summer of 1988, we were joined by my former instructor, Doug Goosage, a master diver, another master diver here, who taught classes at a school he owned in Lansing, Illinois. Goose Scuba, one of the one of the finest professional divers anywhere. He explored Rock Lake in a tight grid pattern through the southeast portion, where the brig had been found among the probable ruins of a collapsed conical pyramid. He pulled an extra pair of an air tank across the surface of a rubber flotation device, thereby doubling his bottom time halfway through his penultimate tank, and having seen nothing of interest after nearly a 2 hour search. Doug glided to a rise or gentle ridge about 20 feet below the surface, where the visibility improved to almost 20 feet. Sitting atop the rise, very near the edge, was a large stone building resembling a gigantic tent terminating in a triangular configuration. Literally rock teepees, right? Like the Indians were saying. The opposite end was less well preserved and presented a cave in appearance. The top of the structure ran the full length in a straight apex of stones. Surprisingly, several sections of the inclining walls were bonded together by a chalky cement like or plaster adhesive, all gummy and viscid. Though, Doug executed two circumnavigations of the pyramid, counting his kicks each time to be sure of its 40-foot length and 12-foot width. Then he fastened a yellow marker buoy to the top of the edifice. Years of underwater exploration and wreck dives around the world convinced him that the structure was no natural form, man made. Another expert, guys, world renowned expert. All right, he said it was man made. Despite its impossible location along under some 18 feet of water, we were without a boat for Doug's dive, which he made from shore, so he had to swim all the way back with his exciting news. Due to the urgency of the situation, with late afternoon daylight diminishing rapidly, we requisitioned the motorboat of a sympathetic lakeside resident and raced out to the new site with our underwater cameras. But we could not find the yellow buoy. Noticing our bewilderment as we circled the same stretch of water, a passing fisherman told us our marker had been snatched by some playful kids from a speedboat. Mortified but determined to relocate the sunken structure, Doug plunged back into the lake, although he could only guess now where the target might be. With extra air refills and a watertight lamp, he dove until 10 p.m., but was unable to find again the truly lost pyramid. So it's so funny how they find it and then they lose it right away. It says it's almost like there is an energy there, right? You got to do it at the right time. You got to. It's only for your eyes only. Boom, you know. So it's all interesting, right? And I'm just trying to picture what he found. Like he's saying it was on the shore, so it was a little higher than the mud floor. And so this building or temple or whatever it was like on the shore of the ancient shoreline. So literally, he's telling you it's man-made. He's saying just rock formations. It's man-made. So it had, and as it says here, as so often before, it had vanished. It had vanished again. I don't know if you guys can see. That's Hold on. That's dog right there. Dope. Yeah. Much love and respect, guys. Yes. Yes. Okay. So again, we're still reading The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin Sunken Civilization. We're still in chapter 2. And don't worry guys, this book doesn't really have many, well, it kind of does have images, but not a lot. You know, they're not that good quality. Um, because this is probably like a scanned book of the hardcover. I wish I had the actual hardcover. This is a soft cover. You know, the colored copy. I didn't find that book, that version. So if you find it, hey, lucky you. Um, so it had vanished, right? As I later wrote in Fate. Hold on, guys. Doug has fearlessly bubbled among hammerhead sharks in the Caribbean, so the Wisconsin waters held no terror for him. His three assistants in the boat watched without a word as he sank into the inky lake to search for the lost stone structure. Some moments after he disappeared, they could only see the single beam of his underwater light probing the black depths. Then that too was swallowed by the darkness. One of his helpers later commented, something about Doug's descent was appalling. It was as though he were diving into the waters of death. We all felt frightened for him somehow. Gossish admitted that even he felt queasy during his time below Rock Lake. So everybody's getting the same feeling. Interesting, right? You know, what's under there? What did they do? Who hit it? You know, it's crazy, right? Be- Before Doug's exciting, if frustrating dives, our activities attracted considerable attention in the state press. In fact, we had made the old controversy so notorious that the Daily Jefferson County Union played an April Fool's joke on its readers. The newspaper ran a front page photograph of gigantic pyramids rising out of Rock Lake, accompanied by a report explaining that lower than normal precipitation had revealed the curiously Egyptian looking structures for the first time. Lake Mills Fargo mansion owners Barry Lewis and Tom Boyks says they have plans to buy up the pyramids, refurbish them, and lead boat tours around them as an attraction for their bed and breakfast inn. The editor created a photo montage, pasting a picture of the Egyptian pyramids into a shot of the lake. So they photoshopped that. They were trying to make fun of the investigation. You see, there's always these gatekeepers are probably agents getting funded, you know, Smithsonian, all these people, government, all these other people, you know, you know what I'm talking about. So they're photoshopping things to try to make it to discredit the actual investigation. His work was skillfully done, and more than a few people seeing the April 1st edition ran down to the shore of Rock Lake to see the resurfaced pyramids. Doug's encounter convinced me that we were going about our search in the wrong way. Despite our apparently scientific methodology of grid patterns and aerial maps, hit and miss procedures, however well planned out, were unable to reproduce results. We needed not only to find a target, but also to relocate it. It was not enough to discover the pyramids, they had to be positively documented and studied in order for them to be generally accepted as something more than legendary. The more we learned about them, the more we felt they represented the lost key to a secret past of possibly phenomenal importance to the prehistory of America. The question of their existence was satisfactorily answered by their discovery, but the greater mysteries of their meaning, purpose, age, builders still lay in the emerald gloom of the lake bottom. Its builders. Do you remember who you are? I felt sure our explorations had gone as far as they could under circumstances of our limitations. We needed a new direction, and I wanted to learn from other researchers who had conducted similar investigations. The only parallel quest I knew of was still underway in far off Scotland at a place called Loch Ness. Right, the Loch Ness Monster, huh? The search for Nessie was fascinating, to be sure, but my mind was already sufficiently boggled by sunken pyramids in my own country without further input from a modern dinosaur or Dracan Leviathan. The creature is the creature in question, less elusive than our stone teepees, and visited the appropriately monstrous Monster Museum near the shores of Loch Ness itself to see the various kinds of craft and instruments used in its pursuit. Of all the equipment on display, from the mid-get submarines to subsurface loudspeakers that played music to attract Nessie, the most interesting device was an American instrument used with tremendous results in the loch. A side-scan sonar transmits a beam of sound through the water. When it strikes a solid object, it bounces back to receive the receiver that transforms the sound impulses into visual images reproduced of an unwilling roll of graph paper. I was impressed by the photographic quality of the side scan, which located a World War II bomber on the 700-foot bottom of Loch Ness. I could easily identify its type, a British Wellington, from the readouts, and I realized at once that this was the kind of technology we needed in Rock Lake. Right? It's about to get interesting. They're about to do their sonar scanning. All right. Returning home, I telephoned the U.S. manufacturer, Klein Industries, and a representative put me in touch with Midwest owner operator Craig Scott of Muskegon, Michigan. He was intrigued by the prospect of putting his high tech equipment at the disposal of our investigation, so we agreed on a mutually satisfactory date to launch our operation. On the morning of June 4th, 1989, a flotilla of variously powered craft embarked in a major assault on Rock Lake. Crowds of news people, television cameramen, and local residents gathered on the North Shore to watch boats laden with teams of scuba divers, underwater equipment, sonar, and radio operators proceeds slowly in a southerly direction. All captains were in radio contact with each other and well organized by a central command boat, so we made progress in an orderly fashion. Craig Scott and his crew of technicians aboard the Sea Search swept the lake bottom for the first time with their Klein Model 531 multi-channel recorder, and the 100 kilohertz towfish played out on its 100 meters of flexible Kevlar cable. The other boats had to be kept far enough away from his 23-foot vessel because their waves could distort the sonar signal if they got too close. 20 minutes after leaving shore, Scott radioed the central command boat with news that his instruments were picking up a massive target northwest of a midpoint in the lake. Salvage work was his profession, so when he relayed his conviction that the sonar readouts were identifying a man-made object, we could hardly wait to get into the water. My dive at that time was described in a Fate magazine article a few months later. All right? So that's what we're going to read real quick. It's quoted here. It says the yellow anchor line ran straight from a bright daylight surface 10 feet overhead, disappearing in an opposite direction through the murky depths far below. Following the taut nylon cord down into the green shadows, my body shuddered at 30 feet as I crossed the thermocline, that barrier separating pleasantly warm from uncomfortably cold temperatures. Continuing its slow descent, I gazed up to see the silver trail of my air bubbles race toward the surface along a solitary sunbeam, twisting through the water. For some moments longer, I sank into the buoyant underworld, unable to perceive its bottom. Or when my depth gauge read 30 feet, 35 feet, or read, sorry, 35 feet, the emerald opacity parted like a filmy curtain, revealing the mud floor another 25 feet below. Its brown base apparently void of life, sketched like a surreal desert in all directions. Always, the object of our search, if they indeed existed, had eluded our persistent efforts to find them. But now, materializing some 15 feet directly beneath my flippers, a colossal figure reared up out of the mud bottom and stretched across it like a paved highway. Its appearance was so unnatural and unexpectedly huge that I paused momentarily in my descent, surveying the outside structure from my hovering vantage point. A gargantuan rectangle, its sides ran in straight, parallel lines, the walls sloping steadily and uniformly inward. The apex rose almost to a point, but was flattened at the very top, running the full length of the structure. On its southern end rested our anchor, and I resumed my descent, following its line down for a closer look at the site. Its end formed a blunt triangle, rising about 10 feet above the silt. From our previous studies, I knew the silt layer to be at least 2 feet thick. I covered the actual mud strata by another 4 feet. Beneath lay a clay-like, compacted mud strata resting on the rock bottom. Okay, you hear what the guy's what he's finding here, right? Talking about Frank Joseph. The actual height of the structure then was about 18 feet. Its width, judging from the angle of its sloping walls, I estimated at 25 feet. Most of the structure was thus buried in mud. The narrow rectangle visible above the sill represented, therefore, only its upper third. I set out to determine its local length by swimming northward along its flattened apex. As I did so, I could see that the structure was no geologic rock heap, some hassafard remnant from the last ice age, but an ordered collection of round, black stones selected for size and piled up to form not so much a true pyramid as kind of elongated tent-like configuration. Okay? The stones atop the apex, however, were bigger and seemingly mostly square, resembling large cubes. One oversized cube, later referred to as the altar stone, was uniformly square, suggesting human sacrifice dodged a hijack. So now that they're finding ruins and people, they know it's people now. They're like, oh, it has to be human sacrifice. Oh, now it's real. So now you're adding the sacrifice thing, huh? You don't know nothing about it. You just realized it was man-made, and now you're adding that they were doing human sacrifice. But you just said you don't know who built them, right? Conjecture. Where were we? Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't even say sacrifice. My fault. It says influence, suggesting human influence, even deeper. Oh, I don't know how I saw sacrifice. Sorry, guys. All right, let's check out the chat real quick. Again, we're reading The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin, Sunken City. Hope you guys staying in topic, not going too far off, paying attention. Welcome if you just joined us. That's what we're doing. Incredible finds here. We're talking about Pyramid City, Megalithic City, under the lake, Rock Lake. That's why it's called Rock Lake, because there's rock structures in here, stone structures here. Okay, and this is what we're reading. Okay. All right, so let's stay in topic here real quick. Let's go back to the subject. Real quick, let's reset, come back, come back, and press in topic, man. Wow, megalithic structures here, man. This is big. Wisconsin. They never told you about this. They got you focusing on Egypt and the other side, the theme park over there. Come on, wake up. Wake up. The author's telling you his experience. He wrote a book. Empty your cup. We ain't talking about weather. We ain't talking about New York. We talking about Wisconsin right now. Pyramids. They found under a lake that was dammed. The waters rose even more. All right, so we're not talking about weather here. Let's come back to the subject. Thank you. Definitely human influence. We're going to continue. Unless you guys are bored, we can continue on another day. I'm going to try to finish this chapter at least, with chapter 2. Rock Lake is in Wisconsin. Sunken civilization. Wisconsin. All right. Rock Lake. The lost pyramids of Rock Lake. That's what we're reading. We went through some really good information already. A lot of proof this is real. He's just showing you more correlation here, guys. All right. Glad that some of you are not bored. Hey, I appreciate you, Michael. Yeah, Aslatan, we went over that. He's saying there's correlation. It's only 3 miles away. Mills, what's it called? Lake Mills, the town, something Mills. We went over it in the beginning. Right, we went over it all that in the beginning. Make sure to watch the replay. We're reading the whole book, so the book's explaining everything. That's why we're reading the book, guys. Okay? So if you got here late, it's in Wisconsin. All right, we're going to continue reading. Yeah, all right. We're talking about Wisconsin pyramids. Okay? They find it here. We're ready? We're coming back? All right. Thank you. Thank you for staying on topic. Sorry to be so difficult. We just want to make sure we're paying attention. Other strange sights came into view. There was a barbell-shaped stone and stretching over a long section of the western slope, were the remains of a thick plaster-like substance. Further along, toward the northern half of the structure, I passed over a curious L-shaped object similar to a pelvic bone, encrusted with snails. Another 15 feet along the apex, I saw a similarly L-shaped object made neither of stone nor bone, but of metal, possibly copper. I was astounded by the prodigious length of the whole structure. Having counted my kicks, I determined that the whole site was about 100 feet long. Perhaps an additional 12 feet were lost to view in the mud bottom. It was here at the extreme northern end that I saw its triangular terminus, identical to its southern counterpart, slope steady into the silt. Checking my depth gauge at 60 feet, I swam back and forth over the structure, studying its details until my air supply began to give out. Carefully reflating my buoyancy control jacket, I ascended slowly, pausing decompression at 30 feet, then rose back across the thermocline through warmer temperatures and into the sunbeams, probing the water around me. Sorry. Pop into the wavy surface, I tore the regulator from my mouth and yelled to my expectant comrades in the little boat bobbing nearby that we had found the lost pyramid of Rock Lake. Our radio hooked up extended Dr. Shirts on shore. We gave him our bearings directly over the structure. He set up transits and its precise position was fixed for the first time in almost 90 years of searching. Very nearby, perhaps only 15 feet south of the first contact, lay a similar structure in a more ruinous condition. Divers swarmed around both targets for the rest of the afternoon, although the days earlier subsurface clarity declined steeply before 1 p.m., spoiling their efforts at still photography. An example of Craig Scott's expertise in interpreting the returning signal of the torpedo-like fish that trailed behind the sea surge containing the sonar transmitter occurred when he announced that he had located a wall some 20 feet down. He insisted that it was man-made, and Rock Lake veterans wondered aloud, could it be Zeke's wall? Jason Buchholz, remember Zeke, right? One of the guys who found it initially, was Jason Buchholz, the diver sent to investigate, reported back that the wall was indeed man-made, but by no means ancient. Unknown to us, the Department of Fisheries had earlier in the year stacked a number of cages on top of each other. They held game catch for spawning. The cages were very difficult to discern in the turbid algae bloom, and Jason got a fright when he suddenly came chin to chin with a monstrous bass. Craig was disappointed, but I felt even more confident in his understanding of the equipment, which could swiftly pinpoint a small target so insubstantial as a collection of wire mesh cages. All right, so that part right there was a false alarm. But now they're like, okay, now at least we know this technology works. The sea search moved on to sweep other areas of the lake floor for more structures. About a third of a mile off the eastern shore, the sonar registered a totally unexpected image. 20 feet down were two effigy mounds side by side and oriented on east-west axis, about 4 to 6 feet long and 2 or more feet wide. There, clear identification on the readouts suggested they were made of stone. Although earth construction was not entirely dismissed, the southern effigy was designed as a turtle. Its adjacent mound portrayed a headless man. What? Both were among the most exciting finds ever made in Rock Lake and re-emphasized the authenticity of human handiwork lying on the bottom, okay? A headless man. They found that there. Like, a structure. Armed with batteries of still and video cameras, our photography team plunged into the depths pinpointed by the sonar. Visibility was deteriorating but still good, about 15 feet. Even so, they could not find the effigies despite hours of determined dives in the same quadrant. A similar frustrating incident took place near the close of the sea search cruise, when a side scan clearly identified a line of 5 or 6 cone-shaped pyramidal structures standing in a curving row toward the center of the lake, along what appeared to be the edge of a former shoreline. Captain Scott made several passes to verify the readouts, which clearly showed the conical features each time. Sonic shadows they cast from the transmitted signal established their tall, tapering stature and solid composition, undoubtedly stone. For the rest of the afternoon, far into the evening, divers scourged the target area, again without finding a trace of the rock cones. The equipment was checked, then rechecked thoroughly. It was operating perfectly. The pyramids were still up to their old tricks. It seemed defying modern man's latest and best efforts to find them. Actually, we were unaware of the great silt layer that blended so imperceptibly into the mud bottom and covered the pyramids and effigies. A curtain pierced by the sonar, but invisible to human eyes. All right, invisible to human eyes. This is incredible. Like I'm enjoying reading this. I don't know, it was all in here. All this info, and you can follow up on the information, all the names that are involved, all the different dives that went on. You guys can verify all this went on, and all this was verified. On your own. The cruise began successfully enough when the side scan sonar handily relocated the limnatus structure, but the TV camera lowered to inspect it was unable to see much in the marginal visibility. The clarity we were hoping for had been spoiled by the increasingly violent wave action. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Make sure I didn't. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I skipped ahead. Going back. All right. So all the sonar scanning is finding this, right? And we were saying it's invisible to the human eyes, right? Despite these disappointments, it was the greatest day we known in Rock Lake, and the remainder of the year was spent analyzing the abundant sonar data, searching for the veiled effigies and conical pyramids, and exploring the tent-like structures. I named the larger one Limnatus, after the Roman moon goddess Diana, and her guise as protectress of sacred lakes, a choice more fortuitous than I realized at the time. The smaller we began to refer to as the Kennedy, for Jack Kennedy, who had discovered it 22 years before. Some 200 feet northwest of this colossal pier, diver Buchholz discovered a small platform like structure. Fishing around with his hand in the mud, at its base he found a length of bone, a find that at first disappointed us at its non because of its non-human identity. Later combined with deer bones retrieved from other pyramidal structures, it would prove to be an important piece of evidence as part of a funeral feast. All right? Oh, it's about to get deep, I guess, huh? There were a great many dives in search of the effigy mounds and the conical pyramids, all without success. By late June, the water clarity had declined to only arm's length visibility, severely limiting subsurface investigations. We were determined to look through the December window, that seasonal change when the lake turned over, to generate improved clarity. Before Christmas, the sea search returned to Rock Lake with its sonar torpedo together with a new instrument, an underwater television camera, towed behind the boat. But this cruise would be fraught with difficulties that tested both men and equipment. Even before we got underway, temperatures dropped sharply beneath a leading sky, with the winds picked up, and the winds picked up, sorry, churning violent wave action. Standing on the shore, waiting for the sea search to complete her launch procedure, fellow diver Joshua May, Wayne's son, pointed out what appeared to be a long sail at the far end of the lake. Who in their right mind would be out sailing on a day like this, unless they were loony pyramid hunters? Through our, binoc- Through our binoculars, the sail appeared to belong to a strange all-white vessel running before the wind. As it continued on its northerly heading, however, we could see that the ghost ship was actually something no less incredible, an iceberg. Snow and ice had somehow managed to accumulate to form a floating chunk of debris the size and configuration of a small sailboat. Never before had anyone seen an iceberg on Rock Lake. In any case, it was not a good omen. The cruise began unsuccessfully enough when the side scan sonar handily relocated the limnated structure, but the TV camera lowered to inspect it was unable to see much in the marginal visibility. The clarity we were hoping for had been spoiled by the increasingly violent wave action. The effigy mounds were found once more, but the signal was fragmentary because the declining temperatures were beginning to play havoc with our scanner. Yeah, I imagine with all the modern technology, yeah, they can go there and definitely say, "Yo, guys, look, this is man-made." They definitely don't want to do that, and I'm probably not allowing anybody to do that now, huh? We're gonna read on, see what happened. Or were we here? As before, the television camera could detect nothing, but relocating the effigies was important because their sighting a second time confirmed that they were not just some instrument anomaly. They really existed. Following Max Noll's directions to his encounter with the tall, cone-shaped pyramid, we headed due south and used the railroad trestle on shore as a visual bearing. Our fish swept the bottom in a grid pattern as the depths increased to 30 feet. Then the readouts began to pick up something. The paper graph rolling out from its printer had been showing nothing but the mud desert. I knew only too well from dozens of dives in this same quadrant, but as we approached the position indicated by Max Knoll, a lone, perfectly circular object appeared on the readouts. Captain Scott made another pass near the target. The sonar torpedo shot it from an oblique angle, and the image revealed was a steeply cone-shaped figure, throwing a conical shadow against the sound signal. We fixed its position, then explored the area, spiraling away from the target, but found no more objects of any kind, not a single stone on a mud bottom, a fact that underscores the authenticity of our lone contact. While Max Noll's tall cone-shaped pyramid does indeed exist and may be relocated by side-scan sonar, it will probably never be seen again. Its position about 450 feet from midpoint at Sandy Beach, the extreme south end of the lake, lies in a very shallow, muddy area with an average depth of 12 feet, but running parallel to the coast is a long crescent-shaped trench at least another 12 feet deep. The knoll structure sits at the bottom of this depression, which is really a former shoreline. So the pyramid's location on the edge of the rock lake in prehistoric times makes sense, guys. Remember, this was on so these structures, a lot of them were on the edge of the ancient shore. They were above water. And remember what I said in the beginning, it would rewrite history because it's gonna go far older than 2,000 years. Unfortunately, the trench is completely filled in with silt, rendering it indistinguishable from the mud floor, save by sonar. Something our instruments were unable to tell us. Since Max Noll saw the pyramid in 1937, more than half a century of runoff had spilled into the trench, utterly concealing the stone monument. The process of silting up was undoubtedly underway, even in his day, as indicated by his obscured photographs of the structure we targeted by sonar. Rough seas prevented our divers from checking out the entrenched object, and the TV camera, as before, was useless in the stirred up water. The feature matched Noel's description and location, but sonar showed it was not so large as he had reported. Only much later did we learn that our sonar signal had indeed shown us only part of the monument, protruding through the silt. The rest of it, its bottom half, was covered in mud. So guys, picture this like they're just seeing like the tops of this stuff, and they're assuming that's how big it is. All right. I think it has something to do with the antediluvian thing. Yeah, I mean that's what they said earlier. Like I mean, based on how they measure the levels of water, right? The sea level rise. They say, oh, if it was above water at this period, I mean, if it was above water, it should have been this long ago. Based on their way they measure things, right? But it's definitely older than that side over there, the other side, where they're saying is the old world. This is the true old world. Um, so much correlation to prove that what they're saying in this book, what they're finding in this book, and this, in this lake. I mean, yeah, so so the TV camera wasn't really helping, and they realized that the sonars were only kind of like um, picking up like the tops of these structures. It wasn't showing everything. So it was blocked by the sonar. We nonetheless felt reasonably certain at the time that we had found the pyramids he first identified, and we named it Max Noll's Cone. Another promising target appeared toward the middle of the lake, and the divers went over the side to investigate after the sea surge threw out her anchor line. All right. So what I want to emphasize is what I'm understanding is it's not just one structure here and there. They're like all spread out around the lake. So different people have found different things, right? They didn't all find the same object. So now they're like, oh, this is Max Noll's spot. This is Kennedy's Rock. This is Seek's Wall. Get it? Why all the lies, when you're gonna realize all the lies, real eyes, real lies. Word. Hawa. Yeah. Con up. Yeah. Shalom. Shabbat soon, right? We're getting ready for the Shabbat. Going into the Shabbat with this powerful knowledge right here. Never been aired anywhere. Shout out to Frank Joseph. Make sure to go get the book. Hope you guys enjoying. Blessings, blessings. While the men were down, strong winds came up, lashing waves and transforming them into ice. By the time they resurfaced from their empty-handed dive, our boat was caught tight in the grip of frozen water. Before our eyes, the entire surface of Rock Lake was rapidly freezing over. The crew labored for half an hour to free the hull with hammers and chisels as the ice cap spread across the sprinkling spaces of open water. Wow, like a deep freeze going, coming all fast. Already the southern half of the lake we had just visited was entirely covered. At last, the hull cracked and crunched free, and Captain Scott raced for the north shore. 3-foot waves tossed spray at our forward windscreen, which froze over, immobilizing the wipers. Wow. Frontal visibility was no longer possible, and then the side panels also turned translucent with ice. Yeah. So it says maneuvered entirely by directions shouted from his lookouts hanging off the gunwales into the freezing wet wind. Scott blindly and skillfully steered the sea surge past dangerous rocks into the landing slip. Yeah. By the time our vessel was hoisted back onto her trailer, Rock Lake's ice cap almost completely covered its surface. Hoping its 18-inch thickness had quieted subsurface conditions sufficiently to allow for reasonably reasonable charity, Doug Gossage returned to the lake in February 1990. He was joined by a team of hardy souls trailing an Alaskan dog sled to haul our equipment across the frozen water for an ice dive. He found the Limnatis Pyramid again, while Dr. Schurz, skiing out on the ice cap, set up transits to fine tune his calculations for the precise position and alignment of the structure, information necessary to determine its astronomical orientations, if any, but underwater visibility was worse than anticipated, and the purpose of the dive, to get first rate still photographs of the pyramids, was not achieved. The microorganisms that prevented Steve Dempsey's hydroscope from functioning returned but stayed within 10 feet of the surface. We never could quite understand why the lake was so cloudy at this time of year. Our activities in Rock Lake over the past several months received extensive news media attention throughout Wisconsin. Even the Associated Press carried nationwide bulletins about our side scan sonar expeditions. The producers of nationally syndicated television program Unsolved Mysteries, NBC, I used to watch that. I bet you I've seen it. I bet you I've seen this episode, and that's the kind of things I used to watch when I was, before internet, before YouTube and all that. I was always into this stuff, and yeah, like I had magazine, VHS cassettes I used to order, and I bet you I saw this episode. So even they were airing it, right, in NBC. They contacted Wayne May. They wanted to see our operations firsthand, so they sent a film crew and a pair of directors to join the news cruise of the Sea Search in March. I think Wayne May is the guy who owns Ancient American Magazine, which I share a lot to my patrons that we've read from. I actually called and he answered, and he helped me with the order. Good guy. So I plan to get a lot more PDFs from him. So they wanted to see the operations firsthand, so they sent a film crew and pair of directors to join the next cruise of the Sea Search in March. The forces we assembled were even larger than those of the 1989 flotilla, with 10 vessels and 22 divers, in addition to the underwater camera and side scan equipment, and supplemented by a spotter airplane filled with photographers. We were gratified to make some new discoveries in front of the cameras of the Unsolved Mysteries crew, a hitherto undiscovered stone mound. All right, stone mound. All right, I know. Oh, you guys used to watch. Yeah, that's what's up. So they found an undiscovered stone mound, rounded with steep sides, more like a volcano, without a crater than a real cone. Although roughly conical, 15-foot visibility allowed us to see its rise to about 6 yards from the bottom. No cement surfaced. Oh, sorry. My fax started moving on its own. The lid was open. Is when I was scanning the cover of this earlier. Sorry about that, guys. So they found like a volcano-like structure, right? 6 yards from the bottom. No cement substance was found on its flanks, but the rounded uniformity of its assembled stonework assured most unbiased observers of its identity as a man-made structure. As a man-made structure. We were further convinced when one of Doug Gosage's divers, probably blindly with his fingers into the stones, retrieved a very human-looking bone. Everyone was excited about the find, so we radioed to shore for a medical doctor, and our rubber Zodiac was dispatched to fetch him. When Dr. Manfred Eifenhauser, Effenhauser arrived aboard our central command boat, no one spoke a word as he scrutinized the bone. He thought it was non-human, but could not be sure. Later analysis at the discovery of Wisconsin and Madison showed that it belonged to a knuckle of a deer. Far from disappointed, Doug returned to Rock Lake the following week with a sokoof, literally an underwater vacuum cleaner, a suction device used to sift heavier objects from unwanted debris. He planned to vacuum the same pyramid in which the deer bone had been found. We thought then that the bone might have been left over from feast of some kind, perhaps funeral, so we hoped the sokoof might recover a genuine artifact. But the long hose extending high overhead to its pump aboard our vessel could not cope with the omnipresent silt, which billowed up in impenetrable clouds of muck. We devoted the remainder of the year to we we devoted the remainder of the year to photographing the sunken structures, and in this effort we were almost totally unsuccessful, mostly because the normally poor water clarity did not allow us to get back far enough to shoot the subjects in their entirely. The same dilemma had be, bedeviled Max Knoll as long ago as 1937. But strides in underwater photography since then were still unable to overcome the algae bloom and superabundant silt that obscured visibility. November 3, Lloyd Hornsbostel, who knows Rock Lake better than anyone, directed me to what he thought might be a former shoreline in the southeast end. Within a few minutes of hitting the water, I found sharply defined drop off and followed it until I came upon an old stream bed. Surprised at this new find, I swam along its ridge. A few kicks later, I saw a totally new, unusual building perched on the southern bank, another monument, made entirely of piled, unmortared, rounded stones, all of generally the same size, was a uniformly circular figure. Its walls sloped steeply at about 50-degree angle. I rose over them to the top, which culminated in a large crater deep enough to hold a man. The depression was evenly and nicely molded, lending the structure a sculpted appearance. I swam over and around mound, the volcano-like mound several times. Its diameter was about 20 feet. Its height was less than 7 feet, only 12 feet beneath the water's surface. The crater seemed about 5 feet deep and 7 feet across. I guess that at least the bottom third was hidden under the mud. So a lot of it, again, they're only seeing the top of these structures. Mud flood? What is this mud? Given the slope of the figure's inclining walls, its base may have been 30 feet across. A heavy overcast resulted in unfavorable lighting conditions, and none of my photographs were very convincing, but I felt grateful to Tiranena's guardian spirit for allowing me this glance at one of its best kept secrets, the spirit that guards these structures. Hmm. Remarkably, the very next day, I saw the same monument on dry land while I was visiting with Wayne May, who had since moved to Colfax, not far from the Wisconsin Minnesota border. He brought me to an Indian cemetery in neighboring Dunn County. The site was located on a high hill, and featured dozens of mounds identical in virtually every respect to the structure I had seen 24 hours before at the bottom of Rock Lake. You see that? Mounds, right? Mound structures that are also underwater, or it could be stone. You know, who's to say that all these mounds are saying is dirt? What if some of them are actually stone? They're just lying to us, right? But he's saying he's seeing exact same duplicate on land that he saw in the water, right? They differed only in that they were made of earth instead of stone. Similar earthworks were all allegedly found in other parts of the state, but the Dunn County examples are the only known survivors. They are special graves, more like family crypts, in which relatives were interred within the circular walls. Living descendants in search of a vision quest and personal communication with the spirit of the departed would sit and often sleep in the crater like depression during the fast and meditations. All right, you guys see? So this is what he found also in the water, a mound just like it. So most likely people were doing the same thing. Around them were the remains of their loved ones, who sometimes spoke to them through dreams. I was sure the Rock Lake look-alike was such a specially designed sacred center, and that both sites were the result of a common culture belonging to the same people. All right. The question of identity of those people was made all the more intriguing by the resemblance of the Dunn County and Rock Lake Mounds, two similar features in ancient Europe. All right, resembling mounds in Europe. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. The British Isles, guys, and other parts. Right? Who really went over there? I know you guys saw my last videos, right? Where's the true promised land? The Abaton was a small round pit dug into the ground and excavated around in the shape of an inclined donut. Into this earthwork, persons seeking spiritual revolution, revelation would meditate or sleep, during which they hoped to receive healing visions of the other world. Abatons, abatons were used in pre-classical Greece and along the western shores of Asia Minor throughout the Aegean Bronze Age. Some were still visited as late as the Roman era. A lot of Danites and Judah people and Israelites went there. Cadmus and all these people, the Aegeans, right? Who's the Aegeans? Remember? Hey, much love, Lonnie. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. And you're amazing. Yeah, you're amazing. All these years, you've been amazing. Some were still okay. So he's explaining what literally, just trying to compare, so you guys can compare what he's finding in Wisconsin here and what he found under the lake. Same kind of stuff he's saying it had to have happened here, been going on with these people. The similarity in both form and function to the Dunn County Rock Lake Vision Quest mounds represents another provocative theme linking prehistoric Wisconsin to the European world in the centuries before the Trojan War in the second millennium BC. All right. And, that was the end of chapter 2, guys. We're in chapter 3 now. All right. Chapter 3. Let's see something real quick. We're also going to go check something real quick. Let me see. I think we got time for another chapter. If you guys don't mind, I'll keep going. All right. We got chapter 3. It's getting really interesting, right? Or should we end it there? But what we have to do again, guys, we got to do another water break, bathroom break, call break, feed the dog break, all that stuff. We got to do that right now. I'll be back 2 or 3 minutes. All right. I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Wow, yeah. We back. Give me a second here, guys. We just resetting. Yeah, meditation mode. We're gonna change the look, all right? Don't get freaked out. Hold on. All right? Don't get freaked out. It's me, guys. All right? Just trying out these little filters. That was funny. That's cute. All right. We go on to chapter 3. All right? We're in the book The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin's Sunken Civilization by Frank Joseph. We read the introduction and first 2 chapters. We're going to go to chapter 3 now. Hope you guys enjoying it. This is called The Veal Parts, chapter 3. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, let's get rid of this spam bot. You see how yeah. You see how I go away and there's always a little bit of haters right there. They got to do that, you know. Yo, sorrow. Don Diego. Oh, you know, Don Diego. I'm the real sorrow. No, I'm not a fox. I'm more like a jaguar. More like a jaguar. So, chapter 3, here we go. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Sherlock Holmes. Our first dives in 1991 were sent in fruitless searches for the volcano-shaped grave mound I had found the previous November. We had failed to mark its precise location and were overconfident about our dead reckoning. But by July, we simplified and improved our procedures and quickly made one spectacular find after another. Instead of trying to coordinate fleets of surface vessels loaded with teams of scuba divers, we limited ourselves to a 3-man crew, while Robert Duffenbach, an observer for Wisconsin's Department of Natural Resources and the most skillful navigator I have ever known, manned the wheel of his Kutoon boat. Lloyd Hornsbostel operated the Eagle Magnus sonar, equipped with a superb imager that gave a detailed picture of contacts on the bottom. I was already suited up, so the moment a target came on screen, I would go over the side, which does not only save time for extended dives, but minimize boat drifts from the object, making contact all the faster and surer. Less than 15 minutes out of Rock Lake using our new tactics, Lloyd was able to direct me to a structure identical to the volcano-shaped monument I had found. Sorry, guys. Sorry, somebody was calling me. Where did I go? Okay, yeah, so they found something, right? With all their new technology and everything, all their new toys. The volcano-shaped monument I had found the previous year, only about twice as large. This target was unknown to us, and I was thrilled by its prodigious size and even construction. The crater-like depression could easily hold several people at a time, and I guess the whole feature measured at least 30 feet across. It appeared to stand about 30 feet out of the mud, although its base was lost in the concealing silt. Visibility was good, allowing me a fine view of most of the structure. How many bodies were buried in its walls? I could not guess. Later that same day, north of the lake's midpoint, the sonar showed what looked like a wall only 12 feet below. I dove to investigate what did indeed seem like a rough stone wall inclined against the drop off. Was it the legendary Six Wall? I swam along its eastern edge, which ran in a very straight north south line, while wondering if it was a natural formation or not. I gradually became aware of a change taking place all around me. The visibility expanded in all directions, as though the water were being purified. And I suddenly realized that I was looking at more than 30 feet of Seek's wall at a time. To my left, the drop off fell abruptly down to the deepest point in Rock Lake, about 90 feet. I was amazed to see 40, 60, maybe 100 feet straight ahead. I paused stationary and the drop off to assure myself that I was seeing properly. Incredibly, the lake was almost transparent, and it seemed I could almost look across to the opposite shore. The sudden contrast after years of groping through arm's length visibility was shocking. Below me, the waters turned blacker than the blackest midnight, and they were extremely cold, colder than I had ever experienced them before. But I was certain that they were responsible for the outstanding clarity in this otherwise cloudy lake. When they met with the warm upper waters, the temperature inversion took place, sinking all the suspended matter. Winter, winter had lingered longer than usual, perhaps leaving a deposit of frigid waters in a pocket of the bottom that had never warmed up. The unprecedented visibility showed me something no less valuable than a pyramid and explained why divers could not always make contact with the targets picked by sonar. For the first time, I saw the contrast between the silt layer and the mud bottom. We had never been able to tell the difference in the condition of poor clarity that normally prevailed because mud and silt so closely resembled each other. What we mistook for the mud bottom was actually the top of the silt layer in most cases, and the structures we did find were only just protruding their uppermost portions above the layer. I told you that was just the top. So what they thought was the mud floor was the actual roof. It was just the silt that was over it. All right. So this is what they're finding. And the structures we did find were only just protruding their uppermost portions above that layer. The bulk of their mass lay concealed in silt and mud. Sonar signals pierced the silt to produce echolocation on a standing object. But when divers were directed to the precise position of the target, they were unable to see it because the silt, which they mistook for the mud bottom, covered the contact. Okay? That's deep right there. So it's way bigger than they think, and it's a lot larger than they think. Yeah, that's real quick. Just got a check sign on my end here. 1 second. On the channel. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that, guys. Just had to make sure YouTube wasn't messing with me, of the video. Appreciate you guys. It's a lot of silt. A lot of silt. And they thought it was the bottom. This is ill. Like, this is amazing. I'm just picturing everything. It's a whole city down there. Like, it's really down there. Here we go. Obviously, the underwater conditions in Rock Lake had changed drastically since the days of Max Knoll. Decades of runoff contributed greatly to the silt and mud layers. thickening and expanding them until they began hiding the structures. I noticed too the evidence of a current under shifting silt. Noel also mentioned the subsurface current, very rarely encountered since his reports made in the late 1930s. It plays its role in revealing and concealing again the monument's glimpsed fleetingly by divers, as the subtle currents sweep away silt from a structure and then recover it in an ongoing movement of the shifting matrix. Taking advantage of the miraculous clarity, I explored the bottom, finding nothing of particular interest until I heard a distinct thud, dismissing it as a result of some surface activity. I heard it again, only this time it seemed to come from beneath me. Swimming about 6 feet over the floor, I looked down to see a large puff of mud erupt suddenly in a cloud accompanied by yet another thud. Moments later, a second cloud exploded with the same sound. About 10 feet ahead, were they caused by gases trapped in the silt or the peculiar action of freshwater springs? I had never before encountered such a phenomenon in any other body of water and thought of the swampy outgassing of bubbles associated in many cultures with dragon layers. Can I get a body bag? What did I say earlier, man, about Loch Ness? What is hiding under here? Who's watching them? Oh man, big one. Drop Nation. Again. So he's seeing bubbles come out and all these sounds and stuff, right? It's talking about Pacific Rim and stuff right here, guys. So he said a such phenomenon in other body of water, and though of the swampy outgassing of bubbles associated in many cultures with the with direction with dragon layers, as so often before, I felt I was being washed. This time from the direction of the 90-foot drop off, still black and cold as death. Oh man. Somebody tell Drop. Yo, Nine Spiral, what it do? Nearing the close of my interesting dive, I swam over a very large, perfectly circular hole in otherwise vacant mud bottom. It was some 10 feet across, but I could not gauge its depth because silt was filling it in. The hole was not far from the stone wall I had visited earlier. Others of various sizes have, have reported before, always in proximity to a stone structure, even as far back as 1935, when Victor Taylor's divers sighted Indian shafts on the bottom. If they are the results of natural forces, no one can explain the phenomenon responsible. They reminded me of the mining pits dug straight down into the earth by the ancient copper miners of the Upper Peninsula. Ancient copper miners. Talking about Americans here. In view of Aztlan's important role as an outpost and clearinghouse for the pre Columbian copper trade, it may be possible that the holes in the floor of Rock Lake were barrel pits dug to mine some material that was used in building the pyramid or pyramidal structures which seem invariably close by. Unprecedentedly fine visibility continued through the summer, providing us with superb views of the limnatis and other large structures on the bottom. It was precisely their great size, however, which frustrated our efforts to film them because of the distortion factor inherent in the underwater photography. But before autumn, our luck improved dramatically. The Eagle Magnus sonar showed some small but regular anomalies at the edge of the drop off, near the center of the lake, so I went down to check them out. I saw what resembled a little stone chimney, just protruding through the silt matrix held suspended at 20 feet down like a gleamingly opaque diaphragm. Lloyd followed me under a spotted what looked like stone circles in the same vicinity. On the next few days, we compared our photographs of the barely visible objects and decided to concentrate our dives in a narrow field defined by the sonar. Its signal swept the edge of the drop off from 13 to 18 feet below the surface. 10 minutes into our hunt, half a dozen solid, vertical contacts resembling towers, standing in curved row, marched across the screen. Our position was the same occupied by the Sea Search 2 years before, when its side scan sonar detected a line of cone like objects along the old shoreline. for days and weeks after the first contact. Divers had combed the targeted bottom area, finding nothing. Captain Scott had checked and rechecked his instruments. They were functioning perfectly. Wondering if we were in for a return of 1989's frustrating mystery, we plunged through a layer of emerald colored algae, bottom, bloom, hanging suspended at a depth of about 8 feet that drastically cut down the subsurface sunlight. But below it, water clarity was still good, although gloomy with shadow. We split up at the 18-foot drop off. I went south and almost at once came upon a semicircle of arranged stones rising just above the silt matrix, which kept me from getting very near. One inadvertently kick with a fin and rising silt would spoil the delicate visibility for the rest of the dive. Right. So any like sudden movements makes the mud on the floor, whatever the silt start moving and it gets really foggy and stuff, right? Yeah. Yep, that's how most lakes are. I continued south, wondering at the remarkable clarity so unusual for the rock lake in August, or in any month for that matter. Less than 20 feet from the semicircle, I gasped into my regulator at the sudden appearance beneath me of a huge, very obviously man made, apparently perfect circle of gray, undressed stones. It seemed to lie flat, but on closer inspection, it rose less than a foot above the silt layer. Large stones ringed the perimeter as though laid out by a compass. They got smaller toward the middle, which had a center point comprising a single stone. The circle was at least 7 feet in diameter. Again, I could not risk getting too close because of the ultra sensitive silt, but my hovering overhead views of the structure were wonderful. Not so my photographs, which suffered in the inadequate light conditions. The distortion factor blotted out all contrast in so large a subject. Flash was useless because it only reflected back particles suspended in the water. Lloyd, I mean, if you guys know about photography, you know what he's talking about. I kind of, I like that. So yeah, like it's difficult, especially with all the silt and mud and the darkness. And but Lloyd had far better luck traveling north along the cold shoreline on his third long invention. He found what appeared to be round tower of fitted stones, some of them quite hefty, rising more than 3 feet out of the silt. The structure showed no evidence of cement or any bonding material, but looked as if those stones had been stacked up somehow in balance to maintain the shape. It was by no means a simple rock pile, but a well made, carefully constructed circular wall encompassing a hollow space. All I can imagine is like Sacsayhuaman, right? All the stones fitted well together to make a wall with no mortar, nothing, no cement, nothing in between. That's what I'm picturing here. And so we know that's possible. We know people have done that in the Americas, so it could be the same thing here. I reached in though I reached in through the open top and felt a solid layer or floor that I guessed to be about 2 feet within the edifice. In the descent visibility, we could clearly see that the walls widened down from the top and a slope that continued on through the silt, where the majority of the structure was lost to view. Wow, man! So they found a tower right down there, and they're going in the tower, right? And it says getting bigger as they go down, so it's not like just one size. Lloyd very slowly and carefully felt with his hand beneath the suspended silt matrix, just as Max Knoll had done 54 years before, blindly following the slope of the wall as it extended deeper toward the mud bottom, which he could not reach. From this investigation, however, we were able to determine the rounded cone shape of the figure and an approximation of its height between 6 and 7 feet. It is standing on the old mud bottom. A total original height of 12 to 15 feet is not unrealistic. Its stones protruding above the silt layer belong only to the uppermost section or apex. One especially, so that's only the top they're seeing. Again, that's what they're letting you know over and over. One especially attracted our attention. It was bright red with strong hues of brilliant orange running through it, giving it a flame-like quality, which was unfortunately almost entirely washed out in our photography. about the size and shape of a softball. The only one of its kind rests near the top of the pyramidal cone. In five consecutive summers of diving Rock Lake, I never came across anything like it before. This unique stone mystified us until a Lake Mills antiquarian, all right, so the area is called Lake Mills today, I think, and member of the Ancient Earthwork Society identified it from our photographs and description as Hickstonite, a trace material containing elements of copper responsible for its fiery glow. Wow. 1 second. We just getting some sparkling nights right here. Natural. Oh yeah. So they found Hickstonite. Turn on the light. Done. Sun goes down at 6. Costa Rica starts getting down a little darker. Turn on the light. Okay. Outside a vocational deposit around Lake Erie and in Minnesota, the nearest source for the mineral is Hickston, Wisconsin, about 140 airline miles away. You guys hear that? They found that there. It's not natural to there. So somebody brought it and put it there. That's what they're finding this conical tower or pyramidal structure on the top. Hickstonite does not occur naturally in Rock Lake, so its existence there can only mean it must have been imported. Our specimen's discovery as part of the sunken structure is highly significant because Hickstonite is known to have been used by prehistoric peoples of the Mississippian culture, the so-called mound builders. Do you remember who you are? As a ceremonial mineral in the manufacture of religious ornaments, sacred arrowheads, and ritual drills bits, it was displayed as a decorative stone of spiritual power, regarded as a holy, and exported throughout the Midwest, down into the deep South. You hear this? As far as Florida and the Gulf Coast, several Iroquois tribes and those who spoke Sioux dialects, the Sioux people out there, such as the Ho Shunk, all right, the Ho Shunk are Sioux, people of the Pyramid Lake, the Yuchi, the Yuchi are Sioux, and the Menominee are Sioux, if you don't know, still preserve traditions of Rock Lake with its underwater city of the dead. Underwater city of the dead. Another such tribe is the Oneida, who call themselves the people of the stone. The title refers to their forefathers' gift of a sacred red stone, a hallowed talisman, linking the Oneida to their ancient origins. The red stone found in 1991 appears to have been specially imported from Hickson as an ornamental ceremonial inclusion in the underwater monument, and may have formed a continuous ring or band mostly around the upper part. In any case, the presence of Hickstonite and the stone pyramid is a valuable contribution to the establishment of its authenticity. Lloyd's find, as stern as it was, generated new questions. What accounted for its ragged top? Had the peak been ruined in the course of time, or was the structure specially designed with an open apex? We remembered the often told tales of fishermen who snagged their nets and anchor lines on unaccountable rock piles, rising vertically from the middle of the lake. Had these chance encounters pulled off the peak of the cone shaped pyramids? That's a good question. It could have happened. After our first encounter with the underwater chimneys, the same antiquarian who had identified the Hicksonite told me that he already knew about the chimneys from Yushi tribal elders. All right, the Yuchi. I got a good video with the Yuchi. All right, and this is ill. Like I didn't know they had stories of Rock Lake doing people. He went on to say that the Yushi believed. Hold on. So the Yuchi tribal elders had told him this via an intermediary. He was informed that the Yuchi not only preserved old oral traditions about sunken stone shrines, but the Indians knew that their apexes were broken off. Remarkably, he informed me of his Native American description before I could tell him that the structures we saw all appeared to have had their peaks roughly removed. We went on to say that the Yuchi believed that the pyramid tops were intentionally destroyed for ritual reasons before being abandoned to decon to deconsecrate the sacred precinct and prevent desecration by non believers. This wonderful folk memory showed that the prehistoric monuments, drowned, and Rock Lake were still alive in the tribal consciousness of contemporary Native Americans who were willing to disclose at least part of what they knew about them. It also complements the mass evacuation of Astala in AD 1320 and the suspended artificially created flood that sank the pyramids many centuries earlier. All right, this is deep, real deep stuff here, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the read. Let me see who's in the chat. Peace to anybody who just joined. We're just reading The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin Sunken Civilization. You know, really good read. A lot of good information we've gone over. We're in chapter 3 right now. All right, in case you just joined us. We were also aware that comparable assembly of cement cones covered with domes of earth and lining the ridge overlooking Astalon itself. Their tops were hollow too, while stone floors once supported tall alignment posts that marked the position of suns, moon, stars, and constellations. Was sunken conical structure part of the astronomical complex? The, these questions were not answered by additional finds made through September, when Lake Mills diver Greg Shell found another tower-like feature, although much smaller, about the size of a human head. Together with Lloyd and myself, the three of us located 5 or 6 similar monuments of various sizes and states of preservation. All were laid out in rough line from 13 to 18 feet beneath the surface, precisely along the old shoreline that was above water even before Astalan was a thriving ceremonial center, all right? The old shoreline. Their number arrangement and position corresponded exactly to readouts made by Craig Scott's side scan instruments 2 years earlier. We were extremely fortunate to find them now only because of the lingering cold pocket of winter water drawing back the veil of suspended silt that normally hid the pyramids from view. And although our precise bearings would in the future enable us to return to their exact position, we would be lucky to ever actually see them again after the silk curtain was pulled over the structures once more. In September, Stephen Hackenberger, professor of anthropology at the University of Wisconsin, Rock County, dove with us using the third lung to examine one of the chimneys firsthand. The exceptional visibility which we had been blessed all summer was rapidly being overcome by spreading algae bloom, and we could see little more than 6 feet in any direction. Conditions had deteriorated so badly that we were unable to relocate any of the remarkable structures until I spotted a circular stone wall unknown to us, somewhat broader than the others we had seen and in more ruinous state of preservation. One section was almost completely collapsed. It was nonetheless in sufficiently good shape for Dr. Hackenberger to observe its man made character. All right, another man made structure here they're finding under the water here, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm enjoying this read too. All right. I'm gonna read this whole book. It's not that big, you know. Look, we're like, you know, Don't worry, not maybe not today, but we'll read it all. It has a lot of good info, and so we can correlate what they're finding here with all everything we've learned before, and how it correlates with all the other nations and everything, all the findings. So Dr. Hackenberger, anthropologist of the University of Wisconsin, he's seeing it. He's saying, another expert, that this is man-made. It too rose like the top of a cone-like pyramid, poking its uppermost section above the silt layer. Some of the stones were larger than any we had noticed before. Several examples might have weighed 50 pounds or more. Like the others, the apex appeared to have been ripped off, and the inside was hollow. At 20 feet below the surface, the tower-like feature was also the deepest of our related discoveries along the drop-off. The find was additionally significant in that it represented the sixth such contact made on the old shoreline and corresponded to the six solid vertical targets throwing cone-shaped sonic shadows by the side-scan sonar in 1989. It was important for Dr. Hackenberger to see for himself the man-made character of the chimney because, chimney in parentheses, that's what they're calling it, because he wanted to convince the state of Wisconsin authorities that Rock Lake was worth protecting as valuable historic site. On the afternoon we first photographed the little towers, I swam back over the largest circle that had so impressed me and noticed a gray, roughly triangular stone lying about 15 feet from the structure. It attracted my attention because it was unlike all other blackish, rounded rocks. Prying it out from the lake bottom, I saw nothing more unusual about the stone's otherwise ordinary appearance, save for the one side that was untypically indented. Although it was an encumbrance hardly worth the effort to retrieve it, I must have brought it back up to the surface and placed it in the boat. I write must have because I do not remember doing so. Was I low on air without realizing my diminished tank pressure and not getting enough oxygen to my brain? Had I somehow spaced out into a trance? Maybe I was just more fatigued by the day's excitement and exertions than I realized. In any case, I only remember seeing wedge-shaped stone on the bottom and picking it up. I have no recollection of carrying it or placing it on deck. Rationalizing my fatigue, I carried the stone around in my car for a part of a week, hardly giving it another thought. A few days after my dive, I set it up in bright sunlight for a photograph, as I did most of our finds, regardless of their apparent significance or lack thereof. While, re- while readying my cameras, someone behind me asked, "Why is that old ship carved on the stone?" So you hear that? There was an inscription on it, an old ship. Wow. Now, doesn't that relate with the video I did, right? Where we read, right? That book I have. Where is it? I got it right here, guys. Where's that book? We read chapter 1 and 2 of this book in plain sight, right? In plain sight. We're also going to continue reading this book, but I got to scan this because it got good images. I can't just read it to you guys. I got to scan it. Old World Records in Ancient America in plain sight. That's what it's called. All right. And chapter 2 is all about the ship inscriptions they found all over the Americas. Let me see if I can just show an example real quick. All right. If you guys can see it, I'll go ahead and try to stop sharing so you guys can see it bigger. But yeah, there's a bunch of them. So you guys see? And all these were found in the Americas. A lot of ship inscriptions look like Phoenician ships, look like the great fleets of Asia and China, the Viking ships, all things like that. They found so much here in America, guys. We're just scratching the surface. We're gonna get into so much. That book was very hard to get and expensive as well. That book was very expensive. That's like I think the most expensive one I've got. But there's probably more expensive ones, that I gotta buy in the future. Uh, yeah, don't mind me with my hat and my mask. All right, gonna get back to the book. I just wanted to show you guys that, and also, I actually wanted to dive into real quick, Dunn County mound since I mentioned it earlier, how he found them to be like exact replication of what he saw underneath. All right, so real quick. All right, so I just Googled Dunn County Mounds. All right, Dunn County, Wisconsin, Elk Mound. I guess it's called Elk Mound. Uh, yeah, Elk Mound, Dunn County. Let's see if we see anything. Can't really see them. So you guys can look for it on your own, but yeah, I guess I don't know. Oh, I guess it's under the tree. So still hitting under the tree. Okay. Undeveloped land for sale property, Elk Mound. So look into Elk Mounds and all that. The Dunn Mounds. Oh, the Dunn Mounds. Okay. Dunn Ponds Mound. I don't know if I'm in the right place, but yeah, it's hard to see, right? I guess we're surfing the wave live, guys. We're surfing the wave live. All right. Across the world, surfing the wave live. All right, so we just hit a major drop right here. So sorry, I got out of went off topic here. But he found a ship inscription on that stone he was carrying, right? And somebody was like, why does that stone have an inscription? Where am I? Looking for the spot here. Okay. All right, so they're asking, why is that old ship carved in the stone? Unable to understand what he meant, I stood with him about 10 feet back from the specimen. In the early afternoon light, I was astonished to make out easily the clear outline of a vessel's hull. Its high stem post at bow and stern curved in the manner of a ship from the ancient world. There were shields, portholes, or oar holes, and a line below the gunwale. This is what I was saying, just like the inscriptions that what's her name? Gloria Farley found. You know, she found them all over the place. Wow. I didn't know this was in here. So I'm just like, wow, just thinking about it. So it had a gunwale, it wave slapped the sideboards. I could even distinguish the mast with its square sail. Even so, it was too much to believe. Our imagination must have run away with us. That was all. But my friend did not know that the stone was from Rock Lake. So he didn't know. Like, why did you draw that? Why is there an inscription from that wreck? He didn't know it was like coming from Rock Lake. So he wasn't trying to like. You guys understand? Someone else entered the room without prompting, identified the image. It's an old sailing ship. Most persons who saw the stone perceived the same vessel. A single observer thought it looked more like a duck. There's one in every crowd. By my rational mind staggered. Are you the one that would say duck? Is that you? Nah, it's a duck. But my rational mind staggered at the possibility of a ship's representation. I could not deny, however, that the image featured many details in common with representations of Bronze Age vessels from Phoenicia, Troy, Minoan, Crete, and Mycenaean Greece. Again, all what did we just learn? What we've been learning about so-called Phoenicians, Troyans, Minoans, Cretans, Mycenaeans, Greece. Who's these people? They were coming from ancient Egypt, the real Egypt, right? They're coming out of the Exodus. A lot of them are Israelites, Judah, Danites. Come on, man. Come on now. It's the true old world. I cannot deny, however, that the image featured many details in common with representations of Bronze Age vessels from Phoenicia, Troy, Judah, right? Darda. Darda's a descendant of Sarah. We got the drop already. The stone was also unusual, certainly untypical for the deep crescent indentation that included the image. It had to be simulacrum, a result of fortuitous natural forces that just happened to carve the likeness of a ship of the kind that came to this part of the world in the ancient past. He's seeing it in reverse. They don't know what they're discovering here. On reflection, that too seemed unbelievable. And even if I will wholeheartedly accept such a rationalization, I still would be unable to deny the circumstances of the stone's discovery in the vicinity of a large circular ruin on the bottom of Rock Lake. I hesitate to even begin to enumerate the paranormal. Oh, sorry. So then he goes on. This is another paragraph. I'm like reading too fast. I hesitate to even begin to enumerate the paranormal incidents associated with it, says my unconscious retrieval of the stone. All right. You guys don't even know. He's about to get probably a whole chapter on the whole paranormal thing. It's going to get really interesting. Remember what they were saying. It's always like somebody's watching them. Everybody felt terror in there. The most expert divers of the world, where they've been swimming with, sharks and everything, and underground volcanoes erupting and all that. They never feared none of that, but they were felt fear when they were in Rock Lake. So he says, I hesitate to even begin to enumerate the paranormal incidents associated with it, since my unconscious retrieval of the stone. After all, my intentions in documenting our efforts at Rock Lake did not include preternatural accounts. I sought only to straightforwardly present the story of a lost civilization as coherently and credibly as possible. All I feel qualified to report is that the stone seems special, even if it is finally confirmed as natural sim- simulacrum. Come on now. Careful analysis is still underway to determine if the ship-like image is the result of coincidental natural forces or the handiwork of ancient man. In either case, we accept the stone as a gift from the water spirits to make us feel and think. We thank Diana Limnatis for her guidance in our quest. Oh man, Dash the Hijack, and on her blessing on Rock Lake. Dash the Hijack. Oh wow. All right. That's the end of chapter 3, guys. It's about to get interesting, huh? So chapter 4 is called Rock Lake's enigmatic Indian shafts, or like these ways, like these caves that go in, right? They were saying earlier. That's what chapter 4 is about. But we're gonna end it here today. Uh, in chapter 3, we read 3 chapters. We don't want to make videos too long because then people won't even look at them, right? So, I might read chapter 4 and 5 later on today after my soccer match. If you guys up for it, I don't mind doing that because this is very interesting. Very interesting. Wow. There's a chapter called The Monster of Rock Lake. All right. So I hope you guys enjoyed the reading. Make sure to get the physical copy if you like. I'm gonna be sharing this with my Patreons. Look out for it on my Patreon page, where I have many, many books there I've shared. You know, a good collection there for anybody that enjoys having these books PDF form. So I hope you guys enjoyed the read. The ancestors are angry. Why are they angry? Well, yeah. Ah, you taught yourself because you seeked it. You found me, but you seeked it. It was all about you the whole time. It wasn't about me teaching anything. You know, it's just meant to be that way. Um, you know, got to become the message, and become the vessel of the message. Somebody might do a little mock video with me in this uh, little disguise, but it's all good. The real ones who know my heart know, what's up. Um, I don't deal with people that don't know me and try to debunk me. They make videos all the time about me, copy me, and tag me like they're debunking me. It's funny. It's hilarious. Like little kids, you know. Like I said earlier, we're in a different wavelength here. If you're still trying to debate and hate and trying to debunk people, you're still stuck in that old era mentality, man. All right, break out of the spell. Break out of the spell, man. Like see the light, lift the veil, see the light, see the light. Wake up. You've been lied to. Wake up. You've been lied to. Right? Wake up. Hey, you're very welcome. Right on time, well, at least for me, is we still got daylight. Um, we're gonna get completely dark at 6, but it's getting a little darker, so about to get ready for the bat, and this is a great way to start it. Much love and respect to everybody that tuned in. I don't even know how long we've been on. Um, can't really see how long we've been on. Been on for a while, right? Been on for a while, right? Like 4 hours. Yeah, it's a good time to stop. Yeah, good time to stop. We don't want a 5 hour video, 6 hour video. So yeah, yeah, they covered their city. Yeah, definitely. Always remember who you are. Pura vida, mi gente. Pura vida. Pura vida. This is incredible, right? Like a whole city under here in Wisconsin. Like all this research, all this stuff that people dedicate their lives to, and it goes unnoticed. That can't go on, We gotta like let the truth out, man. Like we are part of the old world and a part of the history of mankind. This is important. Everybody's been looking at the wrong side. I'm telling you. Thank you. Thank you. You're very welcome. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Just breathe. Just go. Wow. Just breathe, yo. Yeah. Wata agua hawa. Yeah. You guys know when a baby's born, what do they say, right? What does a baby say when he's born? Awa, 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 awa. Yo, we're born saying the Most High's name, like not name, but just calling on the Most High. You know what I mean? Yeah, a lot of UK's in the house. Hey man, like shout out to Paul. Definitely gonna link up with Paul Cook. He's a good dude, man. And I'm like, wow, like what he's finding over there is just amazing. It's just like this stuff right here. That's why I want to put him on this. Like I want to, hey man, I'm trying to tell him like, hey man, look man, it might be connected to what you're finding. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's see what songs we should play at the end here. What songs we should play at the end here. Shout out to Rob War. Hold on, looking for the. All right, so shout out to Rob and Dre. Beats with Bite. Everlasting. We're gonna go out with a song. It's called Everlasting. Actually, there's one called Lost and Found. We're gonna go out with Lost and Found from Rob and Dre Beats. Um, Warshiv Red Lion. You got a YouTube. Warshiv Red Lion. He sells beats. If you guys um Oselo Oselo Med 12, he sells beats too. Check him out. Link up with him. You know. Osela Olmec. Actually, you're here, brother. We should go out with something with yours right here. Yeah. Like clockwork. We're gonna go out because this is clockwork, right? Hey, Oselo, shout out to for the brother. He sent me some beats, and we're gonna go out with his beat actually, like clockwork. It's called clockwork. This is like clockwork, all right? This is like clockwork. We do this all day, every day, and we stay productive. And we got the farming going on. We taking care of the family. We taking care of ourselves, health wise, nutritional wise, our spiritual, emotionally wise, in every way. Can't help anybody else if you can't help yourself out. You know what I mean? So balance yourself first, and you can help many people. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Hawa. Tawada Hawa. Tawada Hawa. The Great Spirit. Thank you to the Great Spirit for this moment. Thanks to the Great Spirit for this moment. Yeah. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Hawa. Pura vida, mi gente. Pura vida, pura vida, pura vida.